Alright, good day everybody, welcome to the stream. Don't forget to play the bingo game if you're into that. It's pinned on the Twitch side, I forgot to pin it on the YouTube side, let me quickly fix that. There's a bingo game to keep you entertained during the stream. If I'm not doing a good enough job myself. There we go. Right, I have no idea what we're going to do today. Normally I have a quite clear plan of what I want to achieve in a stream. I plan it out a little bit, I look what's possible, etc, etc. I tried to do that today, but there's just too many options. I have no idea exactly how to proceed. I think the main issue is we went to 2K SPM a little bit too early. And now I'm not ready to keep up with the tech pace again. I'll explain what all the stuff that's going on in a minute. Right, so first of all, this is the end of stream save from last time. We almost completed rocketry with the very last military science packs that we were making. All of these assemblers are now kinda empty. Like it's literally the last science packs that are coming down the belt now. All the assemblers are idle. So we had exactly enough to finish rocketry. Now we have switched over to Gleba, but the current problem is our beacons are not fast enough as we balance this around having the good modules in there. Also I left quite a mess at the end of the last playthrough with chests of stuff sitting around everywhere. So I took a little bit of time to clean it up off cam, including like emptying out all of these chests over here, just running left to right. I emptied out the quality chests with a ton of quality chips and whatnot. And at the end we ended up over here, which is about, looks like about 20 minutes into 20 minutes. No, that's not 20 minutes at all. It's like 2 hours, 1 or 2 hours in there. Was quite a bit of running around. So we didn't touch anything in terms of tech order, but just let's quick discussion of what I did. Basically I cleaned up my chests, I cleaned up the garbage, I emptied out this over here, I took the quality stuff. I did take the opportunity to make more of these Mark II speed modules at the moment. So I made some Mark 1s from red and green chips. And then I made the Mark IIs from the red and blue chips we took from Fulgora. And I have updated the beacons around the labs to the fast ones. So now we are actually doing 2K SPM, 21-24 signs a minute is what it should be. And that cost me 400 of those modules, so it was quite expensive. That's the only significant thing I had to do because, well, had to do. We were researching not at maximum speed because this is a 60-second technology. Kinda running out of things to research, that's the problem. And I kinda feel like I went 2K SPM a little bit too early. It is nice to have red and green signs at 2K SPM. I'm not sure if I should be doing the other ones. The problem is there is just so many things to do still, and I have so few texts to research still. First of all, this is all military science, and we're currently not making any military science, and even if we are making military science, that's going to run at less than 1000 signs a minute, whereas all the other ones are running 2k SPM. We have not got any red and green only text to research unless we go the inserter capacity bonus 2 route. Then we suddenly have a lot of red and green text to research. So maybe we should go that way. Maybe we should commit to the +1 inserter hand size, going that way. So the thing is, we have 2k SPM of red and green signs, but 1k SPM of blue signs and about 800 SPM of military signs once we re-enable that. Currently, though, military science is not hooked up to the Foundries, and I do not want to use military science without it coming from the Foundries. But then again, this Foundry setup was only suitable for 1k SPM, so we need a new Foundry setup. Which means we need to redesign grenades and red ammo in this area. That was the plan. And look ahead to what we need for 2k SPM, including yellow signs on Nauvis, which turns out to be about 8 rare quality Foundries for iron and 8 rare quality Foundries for copper. So I went ahead and looked around in editor mode for a bit how to do it. So let's load that save right now. Nauvis Science Development. This is basically, I just went into editor mode from my end of stream save, and I just ripped apart the base with the deconstruction and started laying out some stuff to see how it would all work together. As you can see, I currently have military science running on the cliff over here. We've got those 8 belts of iron and 8 belts of copper. We're basically just spawning them in right now. We're spawning them in from infinity chests. This is what I think we will need for the end game for 2k SPM. Yes, that is quite a surprising amount of plastics, but the grand master plan is to import or to export plastics to Vulcanus to make purple signs on location there, as this stuff does not include purple signs, because purple signs needs a ridiculous amount of stone, which we don't have on Nauvis, and you don't get any discounts on the stone products like to copper and iron. So purple signs is going to move to Vulcanus. So the main changes here are this setup. I'll go over this a bit soon. And then I just fitted military signs in the bottom. The grenade setup is basically the same as the grenade setup we had, except it's a little bit faster because it has rare assembly machines. Whereas the old setup over here, the same thing, just a longer setup because we use standard assembling machines. And then red ammo is a little bit different. I got a beacon in there. Very powerful beacons these days. One Mark II efficiency module combined with a speed module, and then still having efficiency modules in the assembler equates to minus 80% energy consumption machinery, while being greatly sped up. This works at almost twice the normal speed with one single speed module in a beacon and minimum energy consumption. So this is the new red ammo setup, which is significantly smaller than what we had going on here. That was red ammo, and then this was all the smelting for it. The smelting for it now has been replaced by these foundries, which make iron plates. Again, minimum energy consumption because power is an issue. Power is very much an issue still. And these foundries use 4 megawatts each before speed and productivity modules. So instead we just efficiency module it back down to minus 80% energy consumption. This makes enough iron for grenades, a red belt of iron for grenades, that's a full red belt of iron. And then slightly less than a red belt of iron for yellow ammo. We have one machine making copper because Whoop decided to make red ammo 5 times cheaper in terms of copper. So that's all it takes. For the rest, the steel is coming from the actual steel things. This makes the steel for all steel required for 2K SPM, red, green, blue, military and yellow signs, believe it or not. That is mainly because low density structures are cast directly into Foundries these days. So you don't need steel for that, you just need molten iron. So the actual amount of steel you need is still a lot. It's more than one red belt. No, it's less than one red belt. It's less than one red belt. Which you can achieve with 4 rare ones with productivity, some speed and a lot of efficiency to again get it back down to that minus 80% energy consumption, despite having the productivity bonus in there. So we're sacrificing a little bit of speed to basically minimize energy consumption, since that's what we need right now. This entire military setup is minus 80% energy consumption, including the foundries, including the walls. The only thing that's not minus 80% is the assemblers themselves. I'm going to keep this on the cliff here. It produces, well, we produce 720 SPM worth of ingredients. The actual SPM output is multiplied by the modules. At the moment it's around 850. It's gonna be a bit higher if we upgrade to Mark II, but it's gonna stay under 1000 SPM for sure. Now I'm an old player, an OG player, and back in my days military science wasn't even required to launch a rocket off of the planet. So I didn't really think much about military science requirements for the game, but now I looked ahead at all the technologies we need. In fact, let's go over to Excel, since I have it over here. I made a table of kind of the technologies that we need. The screen is gonna flash white a bit. I have a white background here. Right, there we go. And it looks like we need more military science than we need science from Fulgora, for instance. It is quite a lot of military science. We don't need all the military science in the last stages. Post-Aquilo, this is all post-Aquilo stuff. We need all science packs together except for military science, with the exception of railgun technology, to get to the solar system edge. The main burst of military science is actually over here. Of course we need to get artillery, but on Gleba you need to research captivity, directly followed by biolabs, which is 2 million military science in a row. And shortly after you also need to research the rocket turrets, that's 2.5 million in a row. Probably right before that we'll research artillery as well, before we head over to Gleba. Hopefully then we have a little bit of time to build up again. But that's a lot of military science. If the numbers looks weird, I divided all cost post biolab by 2. So railgun is actually 2 million military science, but as we'll have biolabs at this point, it's, we need only half the actual science packs to research those technologies. Yeah, so we need a lot of military science, which is why we need a large buffer. I don't intend to build a bigger setup. I just intend to buffer it up for the longest time. About 1 million science fits in here. We can get it up to 1.5 million if we upgrade to the rare quality chests. Those have quite a lot bigger inventory compared to these. So that is military science, but that kinda does mean the highest priority we want from this stream is probably getting military science up and running as soon as possible, as we'll need it pretty soon. The question is, what is next? Do I rebuild Nauvis at 2k SPM, including yellow signs, excluding yellow signs? Do I just leave that 1k SPM for blue and not build yellow signs at all? Do I just go for Vulcanus? Because Vulcanus actually has a lot of technologies we can research potentially that do not need any yellow signs. First of all, there's coal liquefaction, which doubles the quite limited coal on Vulcanus, at least for the part where you need to turn it into oil. It's questionable if this is necessary, as most coal goes into carbon, only a little bit goes into coal liquefaction. but it's still good to have in the long term, I suppose. I think even if you just make Vulcan signs, this pays back for itself in the first 4 million science packs or so. So it might be a good idea to go for that. There's also asteroid reprocessing, which does not require any of the other science packs. I mean yellow or purple. So we could set up science on Vulcanus, and we could research asteroid reprocessing, glyph explosives, which would be very nice to have on Fulgora, as well as a skull liquefaction. That's 1.5 million. We cannot research artillery then, because that requires yellow science as well. But that gives us a lot of stuff to research while we build out elsewhere. And there's also Speed Module Mark III, which is a nice time sink, I suppose, if we have nothing else to research. We might as well unlock Speed Module Mark III. The thing is, I was originally not planning to go for Module 3 at all, because this is 2 million science, which I deemed too much. And Productivity Module Mark III is locked behind Biter Egg Handling and Captivity. So this costs only 300k, but Captivity costs 1 million, so I dismissed that. I didn't want to deviate 1.3 million science just to get Mark III productivity modules. But as it turns out, Captivity is not only a prerequisite for Productivity Module Mark III, it is also a prerequisite for Biolabs, which makes the Mark III Productivity Module not a 1.3 million science deviation, but only 300k. So that's back on the table as well. So now I have way too many options, and I have entered a state of analysis paralysis, where I am unable to progress further into the game, as I don't know what has priority now. That's the current problem where we're at. Would you recommend keeping the game on to do the 1000 times research while at work? Well, no, because this is my work right now, and when I'm not in the game, I try to do all of the game on stream, but when I'm not in the game, I'm either like making timelines or like recording materials from older saves, or just working on the video editor, which doesn't work well with having Factorio on in the background and all that kind of stuff. So no, I don't have it on in the background. I don't like making off AFK progress at all, so I'm going to try to avoid that. Is there a special mission going on, or why are you building efficiency modules so much, not expanding power? Mainly because like let's just throw a couple modules in here just to see what it would do if we did not have efficiency, if we just go full power. First of all, we don't have fast inserters. That is kind of a sub-challenge. So now, yeah, this machine can eat up 63 iron ore a minute, but we can only insert 20. If you look over here, this machine inserts 20.3 ore a second, which is kind of about the limit of what 15 of these inserters can insert. It also is nice that 2 red belts can be eaten up by 3 machines. That makes for a nice input kind of thing. This thing, yeah, it would work 3 times as fast, but it also eats up 26.5 megawatts of power, which is roughly 53 times the power consumption of one of these things at half a megawatt. So even if I would go out of my way to build more power, and at this stage of the game that means solar panels, because I don't have nuclear power unlocked yet, we might go nuclear actually, since it looks like we are no longer... I need to change my mindset. I'm no longer limited as much by the amount of resources on Nauvis. I no longer need to conserve on resources in order to and just research the minimum amount of technology. It's no longer the case. After Foundries, the ore requirement, after Foundries and big mining drills, and now with EM plants as well, the ore requirements have gone down by a factor 20 or higher. So this is basically equivalent to 40k ore worth of resources when we compare it to the pre-extra planetary stage. before we left the planet to go to unlock Foundries and stuff. So we could get that, but currently we don't have it yet. It is just pretty time consuming to place power, and also I need to figure out where to put it. I kind of think I want to put it in this area. We already did prepare the solar panels and accumulators to double power. We've got those waiting for us in chests over here. But we still need to do it. But even if we double power, that is still going to be 1 gigawatt effective, which means 1 gigawatt effective and doubling power does not mean that we can use like 10 to 20 times as much power for going full speed and productivity. So for now we are kind of bound to the efficiency stage, especially for the energy hungry buildings like Foundries and EM plants, which just have a super high base power cost. Yeah, the EM plants do 4 megawatts. I think the EM plants do 2 megawatts and the Foundries I think 4. 2.5. Alright, 2.5 then. I could use nuclear. No wait, I cannot use nuclear power plants as cliff explosives on Fulgora, as that just creates a lot of heavy oil oceans these days, doesn't it? Since we're in editor mode now anyway, let's try that out. Rocket turret. So the question is, can we use like nuclear explosions as cliff explosives, or does that create oil ocean? I actually don't know. Rocket turret. Put in a nuke. And then I suppose we'll just plop down a biter. Okay, it does not create oil ocean, so I guess nuclear reactor explosions would be a viable way to get rid of cliffs on Fulgora without researching cliff explosives technology. We need to identify the cliffs that are in the way well before that we build anything in the vicinity though, if we want to do that. Iron from space, let's go into the editor. Yeah, we are in the editor already here. The save I set up. So that is basically all I did. I just deconstructed all parts of the base. I kinda rerouted the inputs here to make it look nice. We've got the ingredients coming in here of all science packs that we are producing in Nauvis. A red belt of red science ingredients and green science ingredients we already have. This is then blue science. Here we got yellow science, which are going to be producing in Nauvis, and all the other science packs are just coming from the rocket silo, or from the military science cliff, in the case of military science. I did make an error with Gleba science last time, so we need more. We have one belt of science packs from all the other science, but of course Gleba science comes with limited freshness, so we will need more than a red belt of Gleben science to keep up with the other science packs, which means we are now locked into researching the blue belts, because there is no way in heck that I'm going to pull this apart and redesign it again so I can have 2 belts of Gleben science input. So I think it kind of looks neat with the 1 belt per science pack kind of thing. So yeah, we're gonna have to research blue belts just for Gleben science here. So this gives a nice divide. This clears up some space here. We might be able to build a bot mall in this area later on. I want to move my quality storage over here. We had a lot of chests of quality stuff over here, which we can store over here. We ended up not needing this area to double red and green signs, as we previously thought. That turns out to be not necessary. The silo under the Johnnies is still in place. I expanded storage somewhat without. I need to keep this open because the Johnnies will shoot this and I need to repair this myself. because if bots repair it, the Johnnies will just keep shooting it. So I have to have this mirrored so I can walk in and repair this myself. Yeah, dumb stuff, I know. As you might see, this is kind of getting ahead of things a lot. This is a width inserter hand size upgrade. This could provide all the signs which we are making on other planets. There is no space left to output iron from space. I'm kind of tending to shift away from iron from space because we are not going to need more iron than we need copper. So we're going to have to branch out for copper patches anyway, and if we branch out for copper patches, yeah, that if we need this copper patch, this copper patch, this copper patch, we're gonna get this iron patch and this iron patch for free. So there's no longer really a benefit in getting iron from space, as we are going to transition into a stage where resources on Nauvis are practically as infinite as resources from space or resources from Vulcanus. Yes, on Vulcanus you can draw it from lava, you need to mine calcite, it's free. Well, I have news for you. On Nauvis it's gonna be free as well, since the Foundries have divided ore requirements by a factor of 20. And the big mining drills draw like 3 times the ore out of the ground than that the mouse over says. So that means if I put some big mining drills on this 12 million ore patch, it's basically never going to run out. It's just not gonna happen. That means from basically from this moment on, ore on Nauvis can be considered free as well, free resources. Whereas before we got a chance to, before we had the foundries and the good mining drills, we very much were limited to the amount of resources we had on the planet. And in fact, it was even the limiting factor and the reason of all the early game combat we had to do in the 2 episodes that just got released on YouTube last 2 weeks and this morning. That is entirely going to change now with the foundries. We are no longer going to require like significant amount of resource patches on Nauvis, I feel. And we're going to get the iron patches for free with the copper patches we need to claim anyway, so we might as well redo the space hub for all the science packs eventually, and slowly shift away from iron from space. I think I put calcite here for now, but I think I can sacrifice 2 of these outsiders and put 2 calcite ones there instead. And we don't need bots at all in that case, which is nice. I don't really like the flying bot swarm, especially over such a small distance. So we'll see how that goes. But this is kinda like the first idea of kind of the base layout, the basics of the base layout. So now is the question on how to proceed. Let's first go. This is the only significant setup that I redid together with military science. Thank you, Matt Zot, for the Prime subscription. How many bits to kill the Johnnies? That's not gonna happen. The Johnnies are not for sale. Alright. So the only thing I really did was just let's just grab the blueprint I used, or I made. Just grab the foundry, put productivity in it, and then just messed around with different amounts of beacons and configurations in order to get it down to both minimum energy consumption and a good amount of ore consumption. Like I said, the maximum that 15 of these fast yellow inserters can do, the rare quality yellow inserters, is slightly over 20, so that coincides well. So I use this as the base of the design for ore absorption from red belts. This absorbs 20 ore a second, a red belt does 30 ore a second, which means this absorbs 2 red belts of copper and 2 red belts of iron, and makes it into the molten version. And then we just multiply that by 4 until we got to this design over here. Then I looked at how much steel I needed in total. I kinda did the same thing. Put it in the same area even. Turns out we just need 4 of those. Some of it needs to go to military science. The rest goes to engines and yellow science stuff. That's basically as far as I got. All of this is still outdated. I think the first question of the playthrough is, are we going to try to design the Nauvis base? Sorry about that. Are we going to redesign the Nauvis base for 2k SPM? Or are we going to go a fast early Vulcanus? We need to figure out how much tungsten and coal we have available on Vulcanus before we can really make an informed decision. I think that yeah, I'm not exactly sure how many science packs we can make before we need to invade medium demolisher territory. So I'm not really sure we can afford to go on a deviation like speed module, even though the resource cost for Nauvis would be like non-existent at this point. And the thing is, if I go for Mark III speed modules and Mark III productivity, my entire calculations are going to be off, and I don't need to redo everything with Mark III productivity. The thing is though, for Fulgora, Mark III productivity would be excellent. Let's go into the Planetary Science dev. I used editor extensions there. Let's not synchronize mods. It's not really gonna work at the moment, but I did do the math, and to do 900 SPM of Fulgoran Science, we need this amount, 24 red belts of scrap, which is quite a tall order. If we get up to Mark III productivity though, in rare quality, we can do the same 900 SPM from only 16 belts of scrap. Or, and that is quite interesting, if we do the 24 belt setup but just introduce productivity modules Mark III once they become available on Gleba, we can then do like 1500 something SPM from the same setup, the same amount of resources. Which means Fulgora Science is no longer going to be lagging behind the other science packs as much, and that means we can postpone Fulgora. So we need about half as much Fulgoran Science compared to like Vulcanus and Gleba to get to the solar system edge, which means if we do only 1k SPM here and 2k SPM of the rest, I need to start building a buffer quite early. But if we count for productivity module Mark III, and we're going to be doing like over 80% of the science for Fulgora compared to the other ones, I can basically ignore Fulgoran science until post Gleba, probably, honestly speaking, which would be quite good. Like if we need to research 10 million science, I would need to bang up 5 million science if we go at half rate. Let's say 12. If we need 12 million science to get to the end, I need to bang up 6 million science packs of production before we start researching the 12 million science, or we'll basically run into Fulgoran science problems. But if we have like 5/6 the capacity with productivity module Mark III, I only need to bang up 2 million science packs. And then the 10 million science we can produce live. So that is a giant difference. Which kind of makes me tempted to skip Fulgora. We're just going to keep Fulgora at... I think we're just going to keep Fulgora at 1k SPM with the 24 belts of scrap planned. Sorry, we're just going to keep Fulgora at the 24 belts of scrap planned. And produce science only with Mark III productivity. And then we can basically just skip it for a while. So then the question, okay, if we can skip Fulgora, man, I'm just brainstorming here. Yeah, like I said, I have too many options. I'm a bit indecisive at the moment. But it sounds like we can skip Fulgora for quite a while if we do it that way. The thing is, I do want to keep to the 24 belts over here because that means I do not need to set up rocket parts, or at least low density structures, and blue chips can be sourced from Fulgora. And we can send those over to Gleba, so we don't need to deal with producing iron and copper on Gleba, which I'm just scared of. It's probably not that difficult, but I didn't really do that successfully very well yet. I only have one playthrough under my belt at this point for starting this challenge. That one, the new player experience. So yeah. So now the big question is, do we go yellow signs first or Vulcanus first? And do we double blue signs before leaving Nauvis behind? I think we just gotta take a look at what technologies we have to research. Alright, so we cannot research military science non-stop at 2k SPM since we only produce 720 and the military science chests are completely empty now. We do not really have red-green to research except if we go insert a stack size. We cannot research blue and space science at double speed, at least not for long, because we also produce at only half the rate and just stash up science in the downtime. That's what we've been doing. Let's just load the actual save, the not editor save for now, because here stuff is actually running. So yeah, we're currently running at the 2k SPM, but that is because we are both producing blue signs and consuming the blue signs we stored up while we were researching other technologies like rocketry, which just finished at the beginning of the stream. That did not involve any blue signs. Alright. So basically, if we want to keep 2k SPM going, we need to make some choices. So like I said, we have plenty okay technologies which are not absolutely required. This one is. There's 500k which is absolutely required, asteroid reprocessing. This would be a nice thing to have. This would be a nice thing to have. And speed modules would be a nice thing to have. So I have unlimited, basically practically unlimited things to research if we go Vulcanus science first. That's 3.5 million science worth of Vulcanus science without even touching yellow science. Even at 2k SPM, that is going to take like 30 hours or so, which gives me a good amount of time to get something significant done, like for other planets. I don't think we need that much yellow signs. Let's look what is locked behind yellow signs. The thing with Vulcanus signs is I kind of have to set up purple signs in parallel with Vulcanus signs because we're relying on the stone byproduct of all the lava stuff to make the stone for purple signs. But we also have a couple purple signs projects to Alright, that doesn't really help if that window moves again then. We also have a couple purple science technologies which really could come in helpful before rebuilding Nauvis further. Mainly the Mark III assembly machine. Like I said, we also need logistics 3, that's another 800k by itself. I guess mining productivity would be nice, but that's not as much as a must-have at this point in time. Where is the yellow signs? Alright, what does the yellow signs have to offer? There's personal. There are some like armor improvements, which definitely sound interesting, like better personal batteries. Military 4 is required for artillery, so that's 150k. There is bot speed 3 and 4, which is 400k. That would be a very nice boost for just for building stuff ourselves, where we just need to wait around for the bots all the time. So that is definitely those I will definitely research, even if they are not strictly required. That is just going to improve the quality of the playthrough a lot. So that's 400k, 550k. If we do the battery, 650k. If we do power armor, that's over a million. That's over a million of yellow signs already. I thought yellow signs did not have that much to offer, but looks like I'm wrong. Where's the personal Roboport Mark II hidden these days? Is that behind Fulgora? I think that's behind Fulgora. Ah yeah, it is Fulgoran signs. We're not going to set it up anytime soon. The rare quality Mark I Roboports are basically better than vanilla Mark II Roboports anyway, so we don't really care too much about getting those. How is the rebuild coming along? It's stagnating at the moment. You just relying on stone as a byproduct is not a good idea. It kind of turns out really nice though, the numbers. Just take a quick look. So if I do 2k SPM, metallurgic science pack, the Vulcanus ones, that is going to byproduct me. I have that somewhere written down. I hope I'm not off by a factor of 60 here. I might be off by a factor of 60 here. Okay, I gotta check my numbers here. $2,200 stone a minute. That does not sound like anywhere near enough to do purple signs. Oh wait, we get more stone from the purple sign stuff. Forgot about that. Yeah, we get a lot of stone byproduct from purple signs as well. That looks already a lot more like it's doable. It looks like we get 3,300 stone a minute as byproducts. No, there's something very, very wrong with my calculations here. We get 13,000 stone as a byproduct. I need 16,000. So even if I use all the stone byproduct from both Vulcan signs and purple signs, I still need to like void more stone. Void more like yeah, it is in the same order of magnitude at least, but it's not quite enough, so we need still some stone from somewhere else. Does Vulcanus have stone? Vulcanus does not have stone other way, right? Yes, like I said, I don't have the entire thing planned out very well just yet. kind of hard to decide what's the right course of action. I think for today we're just going to focus on the part that is the same for all of these setups, and that is just getting military science set up and producing. That should be the first focus, as that is going to have the lowest SPM. We cannot really up the military science SPM more than we already have because, well, stone on Nauvis is kinda limited. The patches are kinda small everywhere, and we are already using 8 full belts of stone smelted into 4 belts of stone bricks, and making those 4 belts of stone bricks into 0.8 belts of walls, which is 0.8 belts of military science basically. So that's 8 belts of stone already for this amount of military science. There is just no way that we can double that. There is not enough stone readily available on Nauvis. So we gotta get that producing. To get that producing, we need to basically relocate and expand the foundries, because we currently cannot double. We cannot double blue science and military science and run military science at the same time with the foundries we've currently got. We probably want to redo that. Which means we need to get rid of all of these ore belts, which are now idle, except for copper, which is flowing to the copper smelteries. All of those ore belts need to move away, and then we can rebuild the foundries here, build military science on the cliff, switch that on. We may, if we don't double blue science though, if we just stay at 1k SPM for now, for blue science, then I might have enough iron and copper to just switch on military science again from the foundries that we have without redesigning everything. We can then go to Vulcanus. Can go to Vulcanus, set up signs on Vulcanus. We currently have nothing here except calcite exports. That is going to be a lot of work. We need to fight a lot of demolishers. We need to make an inventory of the coal and tungsten we have available to us. And then we need to like if we don't research cliff explosives, we need to use demolisher cliff explosives to get rid of all the cliffs here. We do have this setup for Vulcanus signs already. It is not very big, as you can see. There's less than 250 modules involved, at least in this part. We're gonna need a lot. The lava part is not included. So we still need a lot extra foundries for lava and stuff, but that's not gonna involve beacons and modules, as that is just available for free basically. There's no need to beacon that up. This is 2k SPM. We would need to, since we're running at a stone deficit for purple science, we probably don't want to destroy the stone. But that's also going to get... the stone storage is going to get out of hands real quickly, so we probably need to set up purple science together with it, which means we need plastic exports from Nauvis to Vulcanus. And that means we need... oh god, that means we need to set up blue chips and low density structures here again as well. I'm kind of tempted to do that, to postpone the Nauvis rebuild until we get back from Vulcanus, hopefully with Mark III assemblers researched. Not double blue signs. can still temporarily double blue signs. So this engine setup is very similar to the blue sign setup. So I can literally just double my engines by pasting this on top of here, and it would be, you can see that it is literally the same setup. Literally the same setup. I can post it on here right now. Almost. I can rebuild the actual blue signs assemblers where they need to go. That will also take advantage of having the good productivity modules on blue signs, which means we'll be using slightly less resources. Doubling sulfur is a non-issue. Doubling red chips is basically just copying this once more. It is not too difficult to do. Doubling space signs is also quite easy, as we just take this setup and paste it onto this side over here. That should do the trick for space signs. Maybe it's fine if we have a gap in research. Maybe that's fine. I am already collecting some carbon, but it's not really as effective as I had hoped. Like, we have 320k carbon, which after productivity is it's not even the size of my starter patch, let alone any of those millions of patches of coal. So I'm not sure about this carbon collecting. You could say that this is not 326k carbon, but this is basically 326 carbon in terms of normal one-time science multiplier. The buffer it up and chest system is very situational, and I don't think this was a good use for it. We could just hard upcycle this into rare carbon though, as we can use that to get rare tungsten carbide, which is both used in the foundries and mining drills. So that might be a use for this carbon, is to just upcycle as much of this carbon into rare quality and then make all of our foundries and big mining drills out of the rare quality tungsten carbide. That does require us to mine tungsten with quality though. I think I'm planning to do that anyway. Alright. Let's go to Vulcanus. Fighting Vulcans would be fun. Was Dosh here? I missed that. Life is just really one big starter base. Hey Dosh, if you're still here. Half of my content is rage bait. How is that so? Thanks Currenshin for the half years of subscription. Any excuse to not set up the mall. Yeah, I know. The closest we get to setting up the mall is actually redesigning Nauvis though. Maybe Dosh is right. We have to embrace the eternal starter base. This is just the next iteration of the starter base. I mean, we cannot just wait until we get all the good tech. We gotta build it as we are now. I'm not gonna be able to build 2k yellow SPM anyway without these assemblers, as the ratios are gonna be completely off. As I'm gonna get like way stronger discounts on the entire engines to electric engines to bot frame to yellow signs chain. There's gonna be 4 modules instead of 2 in these assemblers, so yeah, maybe we'll just hold off on yellow signs. I think we should double blue signs, should double space signs. If we need to, we can double power. And then just go for Vulcanus, set up Vulcan signs or set up purple signs. Then we come back to Nauvis, set up yellow signs. We research artillery with that yellow signs and Vulcan signs. Then we can go to Gleba. We'll already have researched it by that point. We can orbital strike glabber. Not really, but I have something in mind that kind of will resemble an orbital strike. It will feel like an orbital strike, that's for sure. And then we can do glabber and proceed from there. Doing 2k SPM on glabber is not really hard, as long as the pollution or the Glaben spore cloud remains within boundaries, which is the question. So I think we're just gonna get started. I'm going to take the work I did on this and I'm going to just implement it into my run. For at least for this part. I think this is something for the future. We're gonna be relying on iron from space for a while still. So how this exactly goes into these assemblers, that does not really matter just yet. And then we're just gonna quick and dirty double blue signs. Blue signs assemblers gonna be built here. Engines, doubling that over here. That is now engines. Red chips, we'll just plop down a copy. We've got the copper cable things over here anyway, so that should be fine. We do need more. We do need to rebuild this though. This is a design with rare foundries. We can build this with regular foundries and it will be working at 60% of capacity, which is fine because this already includes yellow signs at 2k SPM. So it's gonna run fine for 2k SPM without yellow signs if we use regular quality foundries. There's a tiny problem though, this copper patch is under here, so that is gonna be annoying. Yeah, I think we'll build this, restart military signs with this, and then just build double blue signs, double space signs, and only then go to Vulcanus. Alright, so let's blueprint some stuff. I think we'll just start here. This is basically entirely the same, except that I did reroute this stuff over here to be out of the way. Let's first do military signs. There's a bunch of belt weaving going on there. So this is basically a temporary setup. This is all the military science cliff, I suppose. Cannot pipette tool that cliff. Pretty sure you can pipette tool from here. Ah, yeah, you can. I cannot pipette tool cliffs though. I suppose that makes sense. I cannot place those on the map. That is one. Including the new storage system. We'll talk about the details of this once we actually build it, I suppose. Suppose then this is military science coming in. I should really snap that to a grid. If I snap it to a grid, it will automatically be this one. I don't know if that works if I do it after the fact though. Oh, it does. Alright, that's good. So now I can place this in the correct location as well. I suppose... Probably I should include the belts here. Clean that out of existence a little. Not a temporary one. Should I have a blueprint book of temporary blueprints? Alright, that looks to be going good as well. So this is military science ingredients, the new ones. And this is our new Foundry smelting. Anything else that I need to save? I guess I can do the new pipe routing that is out of the way. And then I'll just implement that in my own save. Those are probably those are the parts I already thought about well. The rest of this is all very questionable still, so I think that's about it for what is blueprintable out of here. Just describe the next 200 hours, yeah. Yeah, you can know. I think Vulcanus does have that problem that you create. Let me test that, because on Fulgora it did not create heavy oil ocean sized holes. I think on Vulcanus it does though. So again, we'll use absolute overkill. A simple nuke. Let's see if a behemoth stomper, that the new Glebin enemy, if that's resistant against a nuke. I probably should take a... So hate this stuff from map editor, man. Let's use a regular nuke without any damage upgrades and see if a behemoth stomper dies to that. This is the new behemoth stomper. Look at it. There's a rocket turret. This is a behemoth stomper. Let's see what happens. Oh, he's out of range. Man, that guy is giant. Okay, I don't know if he died or what happened there, but there was no animation or something. Maybe that's because it's a Vulcanus. But yeah, you do get lava-sized holes in your planet, so that is not great. That kind of defeats the purpose of trying to get rid of the cliffs, right? Alright, good to know. Lava spawning killed it. Oh, that might be. I want to know now though. So let's go over to, I guess, on Nauvis. We're not making water-sized, like, water holes on Nauvis, are we? One behemoth stomper coming up. Okay, he died. He did die. That's a huge shell, man. Holy moly. Was this like the mastermind? or what was going on here? He's gonna set free the biters before I know he's gonna attack the turrets. Alright, that's fine. You cannot out DPS my bot. No way, man. Alright. No water on Nauvis if we do that. That's good to know. It didn't insta-die though. It took a little bit of like stacking blast effects to get him to submit. Alright then. I think it's the time we start playing the game for a bit. We're already streaming for an hour probably. Yeah, we're already over an hour in. And I haven't done jack behind stuff just yet. I almost want to say let's make a save so we can start the game, but this literally is the save to start the game. Alright, so to summarize, after last stream, the only significant change that I made is producing these modules, so the labs work at the intended speed. With the previous uncommon Mark II speed modules, these 60-second technologies can only run at 1700 SPM. So I did that while I cleaned up a bunch of stuff. I did not really build out anything else, so the rest of it is the same. And it looks like we don't have enough iron ore available anymore. Yeah, we're out of iron ore, it seems. Let's see what's going on. Are we actually out or what's going on? Oh, we are. We are. That's a good thing, I suppose. That's also a sign I do need to either rebuild my foundries. How is that possible, though? How are we already out of iron here? This was entirely backed up with asteroids, like up until here or something. These collectors were full at some point. It's all gone. Let's see if I did not mess anything up. Where is the achievement? Achievements are still on. So I did not mess anything up. Alright, that means... What does it mean? It means we are probably no longer producing enough iron. That might be because I'm stashing up so much steel now. I'm stashing up a lot of steel again. 400k already. So maybe we just stop that. I suppose this is now just slowly going to run out. We could keep collecting a little bit more. Alright. Alright, let's see how the blueprints fit in our world. Let me put a link to that on the hotbar. One moment. Somebody at the door. I'll be right back. 1 hour in editor mode. That's, yeah, I suppose that's fair. That's fair. You can check it in the bingo chart. Nuke of Demolisher on Vulcanus. Looks like Valentine Hacker already gave the answer to that. Yeah, the change to create pools is something new, I think. Relatively new, at least. Looks like we were planning to see how this all fits in here. Looks like some belts need to be moved a bit, but in general it fits pretty nicely. All of this stuff is the same, just the belt routing. There's the pipes going out to signs are right there at the moment. Right, and this is then the space we need for the ingredients. That's all not too bad. Those belts are not moving, so we can simply delete those. What else is there? We got this guy. This is bad. This requires a lot of rebuilding. Although all of these ore belts are idle anyway, so I think we can kind of get away with it. Then we had one more. That was just some pipes over here. Alright, the good thing is all of this is empty, so it will be easy to move around. I kind of like the new military signs on the cliff thing. We've got the entire cliff over here, a small opening with a path through that, which we kind of respect. It kind of looks nice, and this space is not really usable for anything else, since my ore is coming in from this angle over here, basically. Though I suppose we are allowed to use all of this area over here. But it still needs to come in at this corner right here. We cannot go out of this corner. What are we working on today? We're gonna get military signs up as the first thing, because we discovered we need a lot of it. A lot of military signs is required to beat Space Age compared to what it was before. So let's do the first actual thing this stream. There we go, we did something. It counts. It definitely counts. Alright, so I want to do this without deleting anything of my actual base. How is this thing is coming back to Nauvis right now. I have to not send it to Volgora just yet, that's for later. Going at the blistering speed of 20 kilometers a second, so our lasers have the chance to destroy all of the incoming asteroids in time before they hit the ship. Alright. I think the first thing to do is then just simply more cleanup. We gotta basically clean up all of the obsolete belts over here. Stone bricks is gonna compress into red belts. We're gonna be switching to red belts almost entirely, probably. It's about time as well. It's 331 hours in. So yeah, let's go. I know the science assembler stay at the same point. All of this stuff is definitely getting moved. Probably I do want to join these belts up somehow. Not exactly sure where I'm gonna do it, so let me just flip them here. And we can start drawing them empty over here or something. So we're not sitting with all of that stuff in our inventory. Before we close the belts. Also this corner probably is going to be here. What about these ore belts? I think I'm just going to scoop it all up and just throw it in the hub over there. Yeah, molten iron is going down now. 16 to 17k. Copper is still fine. So I do want to start flipping this then. We can just flip this one. That's the original intent. That way we'll no longer stash up excess steel into our buffer chests, and that should hopefully slow down the molten iron consumption a bit after the belt backs up again. Right. Probably something like this. Put input priority on here, and then we can all the copper ore that we feed out, that we collect in our inventory. We'll just simply drop that in these chests over here, and that will get eaten up. Iron we can just throw into the landing pad right there. So let's throw everything unnecessary in there. Keep the bots. We'll get a lot of yellow belts, but not a lot of red ones. I think that will all get. Some power lines would be good to have, I suppose. Alright. Then the rest of our inventory is dedicated to just picking up garbage. Alright, all of this is now empty. If I delete this, I might have a problem with rocket parts. I can make some rocket parts from... I don't even really need to replace this. All I really need to do is make sure the stuff gets delivered by Foundries. And then already blue chips will be over 10 times as cheap, even without using EM plants. The liquid metal part is the most important step and the easiest step, I suppose. So yeah, let's... Okay. We're just gonna cut everything that is not moving. This is entirely obsolete. We are not using any iron. Just gonna cut it off right there. Not using any iron. We are using some coal. Not too much though, but some we are using. For plastics. So we gotta keep that on for now. Again, we just might be able to get rid of most of the belts later on. I don't know which belts of coal we are using actually. So So 2 belts of copper, we'll leave the belts of copper there. This is getting drawn empty at the moment. This we probably can get rid of 2. This is already deleted. Alright. Let the big scooping begin. I'm not gonna scoop down everything. Wait, this copper is probably... Where's it going up? It's going up over here. Not really sure how that works. It probably should go in here as well. Let's stop it over here then. I'll try to throw that up here, I suppose. That still connects. That's gonna get deleted. Where is this ore coming from anyway? That was red science ore. That's gonna come from some mining patches down below. Yeah, here. There's pollution on here, so that's a sign that it has just produced some ore. We don't have big drills on there, so actually we don't want to eat up that ore, at least not yet. Yeah, I'll just get rid of everything. That will keep, copper will keep running. We got a big mining drill on there, it will keep running. Okay, we're already full. Alright, iron ore just goes in here. That will help filling this up again a bit. Looks like we're still going down. Is steel already... Okay, steel is backed up. I just threw a bunch of iron ore in there, so that's not the greatest. Let me get it out there for now so I can see if iron is actually going up or going down now that steel is neutralized. I think we'll just start eating up all of this now. I think the entire furnace area here can go as well. Most of those furnaces should be empty. Looks to be kinda stable for now. We'll just keep collecting iron ore in here for now, until we know what the situation is with iron. There's the old quality iron. set up. I suppose got some more quality over here. It looks like at least the stone bricks belts are getting drawn empty. So we don't need to deal with that anymore. That was a power line. This is probably where the new stone belts are gonna go, or somewhere close to it. I am disconnecting power, but we got the power around there now. It only powers the mining drills there anyway. I think that was the temporary stone belt for purple signs, which is now out of commission. I do have a raider in this chunk. Does it need to be in here? Looks like it kind of does need to be in this specific chunk. There's nothing in the way here, so don't really need to delete this. In fact, probably want to use these belts again at some point in the future. Okay, so this copper belt we should not be using. Right, the Nauvis restructure, because with the new buildings, everything becomes 20 times cheaper, approximately. 14k, tell me it's 15 or something. 16k, alright, so we are at a net iron, not at a deficit. That is the main thing. Let's also just make a chest of random stuff, which we'll have to clean up later. Including belts, I suppose. That means we can safely throw the iron in here. Missed an underground belt. I'll probably miss a bunch of stuff. Right, I just want to keep the power network intact. Let's also blacklist any power lines. I think we gotta commit with our plastics thing and just build it outside of the base, close by oil somewhere. Okay, here is a bit dangerous. We got to keep the copper flowing for now. Thanks, Fred Ward, for the second month of Prime subscription. Just got on watching Fulgora. Nice to have unlimited bot power again. Yeah, that is definitely nice. This is no longer doing anything. Finally, we get rid of this super messy contraption over here, which we built upon from the early game and ever forward. Right, gotta look at which belts are moving with copper, and those we have to not touch. Build this thing, man. What the heck? Once all of this is gone, we can then make a little bit of a normal connection again with the two copper belts that are moving. That was as much. And now we're probably filling this up again since we have unlimited iron. So looks like we will be storing a little bit of excess steel then, just to keep iron from space flowing. Right, there's two belts actually flowing. The other one has to go. So these two belts are both coming from over here. There is one red belt of iron production from rare big drills. So those I want to keep going. All of this is going to go as well. A nice zigzag cursed splitter contraption. This is all idle belts or obsolete belts as well. Was the old engine intake, a belt of steel, 4 belts of iron for pipes and gears, which are now being made from Foundries directly. Right, so these two belts need to keep running. The horizontal belts of copper. No longer need to bring bricks up to what once was purple signs. Alright. Power lines in there. It's a bit annoying when there's power lines and trees at the same time. Because I don't have the deconstruction planner that ignores both of those. Don't really know what this is, but I really care. All I care about is connecting this back. I think I do want to mine out this, but this is completely mined out, except it's not. We probably want to put some big drills on there when we can. For now though, what is important is that this stuff flows up there. I'm just gonna hope that that's already properly balanced. Nice when the belts are empty. Right, my inventory is probably, yeah, pretty full. So I did disconnect this. Let's put it back for now. The belts are making me cross-eyed. It is what it is. Kinda seems like hold the copper for now. Wait, this is my inventory. Or is it? Yeah, I think it is. This is all like garbage and stuff. Okay, we're still going at 2k SPM. For how much longer though? Not very long. We only have 4k signs left over. So probably within the next 3 or 4 minutes we'll start to see a decline. Then we can switch over to explosives damage, I suppose. This is actually a required technology to get to Aquilo. We needed to research the rocket turret. And the rocket turret is required for Aquilo. I think that's most of the stuff out of the way for at least the military science glyph stuff. Okay, power goes through here. So if I disconnect like should be a power line here. If I temporarily just connect that around a bit. Like for instance, such. We should not break any important power connection, I think. Alright. This oil pipe is not in the way, but looks like it might be in the way. I hope it should be this one. Okay, no mixed fluid. That's okay. Looks like I designed it around the existing pipes, so there is... don't think there's anything in the way anymore except some trees. And maybe this thing, which is also a tree. I do not have all the stuff for this though. I don't have enough assemblers for sure. Alright, but I do know I can let the bots deconstruct everything. If I only have bots on me, they cannot place anything. But they can take stuff. And then the next time we should be able to place the blueprint without pressing shift, which is nice because if it will place in such a way, then we know that nothing else gets disconnected or destroyed. Okay, this power connection does no longer exist. Oh, that's the bottom half done. I think plastics needs to move, right? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we can keep plastics for now at the top half over there. Does not seem to be in the way. Alright, now this thing. This is actually only power connection between all of this, which is not great. This is going to disappear. But for now it can serve as a bridge. I really should connect that up here somewhere as well. No, there's no use. All of that's gonna go. Alright. I am not going to keep this mining drill around for nostalgic purposes. It is too much of a pain. I do want to get... I want to get the rare mining drills on there. Big ones. I'm deleting a bunch of pipes which should be carrying petroleum gas. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Let's connect it again. I want to deal with this area first now. Prepare this one as well. So what does have to change here? Not much. What is going on there anyway? Don't think that pole is doing anything. Of course, my own chests are in the way. That clears this area, right? Some of the belts here are reversed, that's fine. There is 2 power connections, so this one can go. Then there's just the feed out system, which I suppose probably best off just deleting that entirely. Since it's empty now, I put some excess grenades in here. To draw empty the belt. I think that's now only trees except for this power line here. Which is also not needed because we just connected it to there. And again, if we throw everything in the chest except for the bots, they only can take the trees. We're gonna take the ones in the storage system here as well. Okay, let's check. Transport belt in the way. Alright, yeah, we have to reverse the direction of this input belt. Alright, now I can place it without holding shift. How about the other one? No, there's a raider in the way. Who put the thing there? It looks like we can place it on the right side here. Alright, now it's placeable without shift as well. So that is good. That means we are halfway done by with actually setting that up now. Alright, yeah, science a minute is dipping now because blue science is completely out. Milli C area cleared. Tag switch because blue is out. Alright, so here we go. That's the last. That's gonna be the last red-green technology, wheel research for a while, unless we already commit to insert a hand size bonus. I mean, technically we don't need to take out all the signs with inserters, there's bots as well. It would be nice to have a botless landing pad though, so we'll see how that goes. There we go. Back up to 2k SPM. All the labs being on. Right. How many tier 3 assemblers do I still have? I thought I needed to make some, but perhaps I should check how many I still have. 30. I'm gonna need 61 for this side already. This already has the... No, this is already built. We need to look on this side. 52. Alright, so we need some more. Yeah, looks like still not making them all. We're just gonna quick and dirty make some. Don't even care how many, to be honest. Just some. How many did we end up with? 128, alright. Let's let it rip then. Some point I'm gonna set this up. No, probably after we reach the solar system edge or something. Gears and some chips. Yeah, all the Glebben nests also are structures in terms of keeping your hands clean achievements, so we cannot destroy those either. Or at least not until we destroy one on Nauvis. Or not necessarily on Nauvis, but not until we destroy one with artillery. That is the whole gist of it. Okay, this area has become obsolete again. We're gonna need to prepare a bit more. We're gonna need to grab some stuff. Not from here. What are these doing here? These are normal ones. I want the beacons as well. Now let's see how this goes. First the bots will clean up my inventory a bit. Looks like they also clean up these, but I don't have inventory space for those, so I want to keep those anyway. We're gonna use those. like mining drills are not set to 0. Basically of any quality. I don't want any normal mining drills in my inventory anymore. Random trash chest, which I'll clean up myself later on this one. Then we want the full sets of modules and beacons as well for this build. So let's flick this group on. We should get a nice assortment of all types of modules and beacons, which you can dream of. Looks like these guys are done. How many beacons do I have now? 543 and another 475. So we got 1,000 rare beacons or so, give or take. It's probably enough for the moment. Also making some red chips over here again. 6k rare ones. That's like overhaul of a chest. Also pretty good. Alright, now we need to switch this off again, and we need to look what do we need extra. What do we need extra? We're gonna use a lot of inserters here for sure. Especially for this part over here. 64 of those. So let's grab 2 stacks then. And here it is nothing of suspiciously high amounts of stuff. Probably a little bit more power lines. Saw some of those. Just take a little bit extra. A bunch of belts, I suppose. Not too many. That should probably do for what we need to build with military signs. Yeah, we did try that out in an earlier stream indeed. I think I got a save point then for editing Mike finally. New military signs. First this one. That's a lot of stuff. We're gonna do the swooping thing again. There goes the bots, and then I go. They'll place all the stuff on this side first. Then I can recall them before they fly the distance that I actually need to charge up in. I was too close by here apparently. Actually no, it was fine. Someday I'll have a real bot network. But today is not that day. Today is not the day. I forgot about chests, didn't I? Yeah, we have a lot of chests in there. Alright. I'll quickly go grab some chests to complete that. If I have them. Okay, I do have enough, but not comfortably so. Right. That's part 1. Part 2 should fit right on top. It does. Yeah, I think we do have the foundries. Let's swoop in from the left side, because there's less to be placed over here. Alright, one more swoop and then we can build the rest straight up sink. What's the purpose of all the underground belts in a row? We'll have a look at that once I switch it on. Long-time viewers probably know what's going on. If there's a lot of undergrounds close by each other, that can only mean one thing. Alright, I'm going to eat the bots recharging. Oh, looks like they're already done anyway. We don't have enough of the uncommon Mark 1 modules. Okay, we are out of a couple things. But in general, that was pretty decent. So we need some walls, some modules, a couple underground pipes, and a bit of walls. For decoration. Belt that was a very good. That was the other option. It could be belt immunity equipment at home. Definitely a valid option there. I forgot what I needed, but that does not matter because the bots know what I need. Alright. And we'll just grab an extra stack of those because we were using those a lot. Underground pipes, I'm out of undergrounds. But how can you be out of undergrounds if they're just a simple handcraft away? Place the wall on the cliff. Right, no symbol anymore of stuff missing. Alright. So technically I could already switch on. This, or at least some of this. I don't have the coal for grenades though. I'm not mining enough. I'm mining like one red belt of coal and that is used for plastics mostly. Not there. Over here. So these 4 belts are fake at the moment. We're not mining those. I did spot a nice coal mine over here, which probably is going to be our grenade coal patch. There's another one over here. I think we'll mine this one. The thing is though, we've got a lot of grenades still. While I did spend all of my red ammo, I don't think I have a single piece left over. Yeah, we have no red ammo. That's not true, looks like I kept a bit of stuff around. Good job organizing, Mike, but in general, yeah, we're out of red ammo. So if I switch on red ammo by hooking up these pipes, it should start off already. Maybe I'll do that. Then we can alternate researching blue tech with military tech without losing too much SPM. Still have hopes that I can keep SPM going at full speed. It does kind of seem unlikely though at this point. Alright. I think let's first connect walls. This is walls. This is coal for grenades, but this is also coal for grenades. I have to choose where it's gonna come from still. Walls are coming from here though. So that means it's the left 4 belts of this contraption over here. It's actually the leftmost belts. So I think we'll simply merge that. And that should be good. That should start off walls again. Don't know why there's a... Let's keep it there. It was there for a reason. So yeah, there we go. Walls go this way. Something else is gonna come the other way. It's gonna be steel. It's gonna be steel. Alright. I do have a little bit of free space here. Oh hey, thank you Derek for the raid. You're finally doing stuff which looks like a normal base, you know? Things with many belts of ore coming in next to each other. The kind of things. Got a raid and run. Alright, see ya. Thank you. Again. Alright, 1 second. An actual second this time. So yeah, for those of you who just joined in, we are playing 1000 times science cost on default settings, which caused us to jump through a whole lot of hoops. The hoops have been jumped through and now we're actually trying to build a sort of normal kinda big base style base where we have like beacon setups and stuff. We still cannot really afford to go full productivity and speed, so we have a lot of efficiency models in there to bring power cost back down, because power cost is a thing. Our accumulators are not charging. We are helping out with steam power in the night already. So yeah, there's we are pushing it a little. So all of this is also efficiency models and whatnot. Currently we are putting military science back in action. Military science is kind of under-designed compared to all the other science packs which we have plans of. It's gonna go at about 850 SPM, whereas the others are at 1800. And I am OG, so I did not know military science was in such high demand for space age. There's really a lot of military technologies which you need to research in succession. So we want to start stashing it up in chests so it can keep up with the other science packs later on. And the earlier we start at the better. That's currently what we are up to. Thank you Desajin, I probably butchered that, for the 3rd month of Prime subscriptions. Alright, I think I'm just gonna temporarily switch this on. All we need is an iron and copper pipe connection, I think. And we gotta try to place that without interfering with this line over here. So we have two belts of, like, 2 tiles of space over here. I'm basically just going to do this then. We know we got this space. This is supposed to be iron. Again. Which one is where? Copper is on the left, so copper should be on the top. This is a dumb way to place it, but it's a way. And I'm not gonna have enough undergrounds to do this, I'm pretty sure. We need to temporarily borrow looks like iron is on this side then. Temporarily borrow this on the bottom line. Iron was, where did I put iron? Iron is on the bottom. Yeah, so this setup is not making any sense at all. There we go. Perfectly normal. We are literally missing like 11. I think we still have it in us. To handcraft those with a little bit of trouble, we should be able to do that. Alright, that's gonna switch on nothing. It's not gonna switch on anything. It's gonna switch on the foundries. It's not gonna switch on this just yet because we need to bring steel over. I will mine up those fragments. I did look, it is possible to mine that up by sacrificing some copper foundries in the grade setup. I think we should be able to reach all the copper while still putting this down, minus a couple of these foundries, which we don't need just yet, and then we can hopefully mine up this entire... Oh, that is a bit higher than I thought it was. Hopefully you can mine that up before we need to put down all the foundries there. Alright, so we got copper, we do not have iron. We are missing a single pipe. Oh god. And it's perfect. I said. Oh, we are not missing a pipe. What am I talking about? We have exactly enough. Right. That is for grenades, this is for magazines. Then we just need to bring in the steel. Steel is supposed to go here. Onto this yellow belt. Where is it currently though? And do I actually bring over steel or do I just fake it? I think we're just gonna fake it. What did you expect? Don't tell me you expected something else. Alright. 4 chests of steel is a lot of... there's going to be a lot of magazines. Alright, I forgot. I should have stopped stashing steel. Okay, we're still at 9.5k. I think with military signs about to switch on, it's time we stop stashing surplus steel. Over here. We are up to 428k. We're gonna grab a bunch now though. So we're gonna grab 4 full chests and that should keep military signs going for a while we rebuild the rest in the way that it's supposed to go. Could have abused the trash slots for that. I'm gonna leave it at that, I think. That might be good already. Alright. Let's grab all these surplus grenades. And then military signs can get started. Okay, that was all already. Alright, so here we go. Stone break goes one way and steel the other. Any day now. I know it's a yellow belt, that's kinda slow. That should switch on red ammo. And all we need to do to actually start up military signs after we run out of surplus grenades is mine new coal for grenades. And then the grenades can join the belt over here. Have to keep an eye on power. At some point steam is not going to be enough anymore to fill in the gaps. Then we have a problem. But as long as we don't have that problem, we'll simply ignore it. And there's some more chests over here with random garbage. Oh wait, I know, I am not forcing down space signs anymore. I'm requesting down space signs now. But since we're not researching space signs, let's quickly fill these up. And that is so that we can also research space signs at 2k SPM. But that's actually all? No. There's 140k in there. Alright, that's everything, right? Yeah, all the chests are full. That is 200k space signs, so we can research like 400k, almost 500k space signs worth of technology before that buffer runs out. Alright. Time to get back to the base. Thanks Changa HD for the Prime subscription. Let's do the bingo square. I normally don't do it intentionally, but thanks for taking money straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and redistributing it. Okay, bots can sort that out. Even this just a partial bot network is kind of nice to keep your inventory organized. especially with all the tons of different options of modules and whatnot, which currently I don't want to have. So let's clear that out. That gets all the sorted back into the appropriate chests then. Alright then. Here we go, military science is being produced again, the belt is backing up now. Which belt? It's no longer connected to where it was supposed to be connected to. Which belt even is military science? It is on this red belt over here. Hopefully we'll be able to see it. Okay, it's a belt that goes through the Johnnies. So it is this one. So we have to temporarily connect it back to there. We want to probably prepare for a mining expedition now. I need to mine 4 red belts of coal. I have been working on a couple minor blueprints as well, off cam. We've got an expensive and dubious setup which can produce 1 yellow belt of ore. You have to output it on a red belt though, because the output's only on one side of the belt. All expensive beacons, all expensive modules, and just 1 single mining drill. I suppose it's the best bang for the buck per rare mining drill. But this is cool, we're probably going to use something cheaper. So there's this thing, which is like cheap and modular. It produces 2 red belts off of 10 expensive modules and 32 cheaper ones, with minimum pollution output and compressed belts. You can flip this, then you get this thing over here. This thing which overlaps a couple of the expensive beacons as well. Now you have 4 belts of output if you can fit it, etc, etc. You can also like put it adjacent to each other like this, or both ways. We need 4 belts of coal. I'm tempted to use this one, as this seems to fit the best on a normal sized patch. And then there's one more, which I developed with productivity modules in there. I thought productivity modules and mining drills don't really do too much, but that's only true when you have a high level of mining productivity. So these modules have 9% productivity bonus each, but we already have 20% mining productivity bonus from research, so it basically adds up to 1.56 instead of yes, basically 1.2 for mining productivity, and then additive comes at 36%. Still turns out it's a multiplicative factor of 1.3 at mining productivity 2, and even after mining productivity 10, the modules are still doing like half of their intended, of half of their descripted productivity. So it doesn't fall off quite as fast as I expected. So this might be useful to like mine coal on Vulcanus, for instance, and just grab yet another 30% multiplicative bonus of ore out of the ground. It is very, very expensive to build though. It just produces 2 red belts for like, that is a lot of expensive modules in there. So that's gonna have like limited use. We're mainly gonna stick with the cheap one to throw around. So I suppose we're gonna be using this one. So I'm just gonna take the exact modules I need for this, because I don't need to overbuild. 64, 20 and 18. So 64 of these. 20 speed modules. I still have those. I overproduced them a little. And I did the big lab beacon upgrade, so I wouldn't run out completely. I think it was 20 beacons. 18 beacons. Don't need to build anything else there. For the rest I just need a ton of red belts, 12 mining drills, which I do have. Do I want to use my rare mining drills for this? I suppose for the moment yes, because I don't have a different purpose for those anyway. These are the last ones I have though. And for the rest it's just a ton of red belts to bring it back to the base. It's gonna be some new belts I suppose. So we really want to bring a lot of those. Random garbage goes in here. Alright. No, stop that. I just want to throw away part of my inventory here. So I don't think we're gonna need a lot of it. I have not put power lines in there. I'm not sure which ones I'm gonna use. So let's take them all. It is pretty close to an existing power grid, so I should not have problems powering it up with what I have on me. I just want to make space for belts at this point. I'm not going to need foundries, assemblers, nothing. Not a lot of splitters either. We'll take all. The rest will just grab as many red belts as I can. Overdoing it a bit. Hi, thanks mate. Thanks for the 5 Aussies. It's about time I threw 500 whole strain Stancy away. I've much enjoyed this platform so far, it's been a great vibe. All my Australian accent I know is just from Aussie Man reviews, I think. Oh no, there's Gone does great sketches as well. From the Australian tradies. Thanks for the 5 buckaroos. I think I should be fine like this. Let's just go build it, I suppose. How is power doing? I think military science is only going to be on for a little while. Let's first connect the belt in general. Yeah, once we run out of like those grenades we input, that's just going to be the end of it. But at least we are stashing these up again. There's a weird story. Why is this looking like this, you might wonder? Well, I'm not going to go into calculations of it, but all of these inserters kind of have a different speed. These are the fastest, these are slower, and these are slightly slower still. The idea is that if all of these chests fill up, and I need to output with rare long-handeds here to be able to compress a red belt. So I need another line of red long-handeds here, because if I just use these, they cannot move all of these science packs over fast enough before all of these chests run out of science packs. So we have another line of these here, then 2 lines of rare short-handed ones, and then just 4 lines of uncommon short-handed ones. That should make sure that these chests always have signs in them, and that we're not going to be limited by the inserter speeds of these guys or these guys over here. So that's why it's looking kind of weird. Connect belt. I can do this. I can do this. I can connect belt. Should be a red belt. There it goes. That's military science out to the labs just in time as well. I think we're first going to do some Gleben science after this. Give military science a little bit of a chance to build up again. We should have been... Yeah, this was like 50 minutes. 50 minutes of 900 SPM is 54k or something. 31k is back into these chests already. Alright. Let's go build that coal mine. Don't you feel this inserter madness going too far? Too far? What is too far? What is too far anyway? I think we're just gonna start at the back and then decide how the belt is gonna flow. Should we first decide how the belt is gonna flow? Probably. These belts are empty now. What were these belts bringing in anyway? These belts were bringing in iron plates. I suppose we later want to use those belts to bring iron ore back in. So let's not use those existing belts. I want some red ones anyway. I think I'm gonna use this. It's kind of awkward to end this wall somewhere on this cliff, and this looks like the most natural state, so probably gonna go in here. That kills one expansion chunk if I go through here. I think that's fine. Don't really have a lot of space to go through this chunk anymore. Actually, we kinda do. Can go here. It's nothing the power of a little bit of belt weaving can solve. Then we don't need to go into that chunk over there. At least not yet. Question is, do I care about the forest still? This line looks pretty forgiving. It's not a line I should be following though. Yeah, that will kill those chunks. Then I should go back into this over here, or what is the idea then? I don't think we're gonna... I think we're gonna just... we're just gonna go through this chunk here. This is all gonna need to get moved anyway, so... We'll see. I'll put some of those tabs on there as well. The bowling alley handrails. Got red belt, so I kinda have the feeling this is gonna stay connected, but looks like it's not. It looks like we're gonna have to do that the old-fashioned way. Okay, there's like one too many tree in here. Yeah, for the rest we should be good. That tree just looks wrong. Where am I even going? I could just go absolutely straight. Ignore all of this. Sacrifice 3 more chunks in the process. I'm at the right side of this chunk. There's an annoying bunch of forest over there though. Right. Mic check. Yes, bingo square obtained. It's been a while since I forgot to unmute. There was a police car zipping by. So I muted it, and of course I forgot to unmute. Intense belt placement footage. This whole playthrough is intense in that way. Do I care? I think, yeah, we do. I think we can really just go through this, except for here. It's a 5 gap. Oh, there we go. Stronger explosives 1 is done. Looks like we automatically switch back to Glibber now. Yeah, it still has the rails. Okay, we're out of the next chunk, and we're out of the zone where we are eating forest or eating green chunks here. We can go around now. So I think we'll go place the coal mine now. We'll probably go through this forest spot. It seems the best way. How's the Glebber endeavors going? We're slowly but surely preparing. Slowly but surely very slowly. That is how it's currently going. Now we have to find the sort of ideal position for this mining drill. I cannot see anything here. Yeah, let's just grab some trees here. These are dead. Alright. So basically you want to find the configuration where none of these miners will run out anytime soon. This is the lowest at 642k. This is 970. So it looks like I want to go at least up one tile like so. 808k, 1 million, 755, 836. That is pretty balanced. I think if I go further, this one is gonna fall off. It looks like this is the orientation. Right, so coal mine. And more beacons on my already overstrained power network. I have been researching red and green technology, so no, we actually did not go back up to 100 gigajoules. That is okay, that is not great. This is 20 beacons, 18 beacons. That's 6 megawatts. That's not a lot, but you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, you know how it goes. Alright. I literally cannot see where this belt is going. I think we'll just throw a 4x4 splitter in there in case we're gonna be... Actually, wait, there's gonna be... Did I just build 4 red belts of coal? I think I did, didn't I? I need 4 yellow belts of coal. Yeah, I need 4 yellow belts of coal, don't I? That's kind of an oopsie. So we need only half the same. We need to go further back on the patch actually here a bit. How many Control Z's do we remember? All of them. Alright. $1.5 million, 17, 1211. $1.3, 1.2, 1.4, 1.6. I think we'll go one tile back and then we'll call it good. One three, 1.5, 1.3. Yeah, something like that. Okay, attempt number 2. I'm just gonna go straight off, I think. No, does not connect. There's those annoying stumps in here as well. Alright, that should do it for this one. It's kinda hidden, but I think it's connected. Suppose we'll find out soon. I think we'll just drag the other one up there. Go out this way. Right, then let's first connect our belts before we switch it on. We'll just try to avoid most of the forest. I do not need to follow the chunks. Let's switch that off. It is messing with me. I think I'll just try to like keep sort of the middle of the path a bit. Just have a couple zigzags here and there. Alright, it does look like everything is connected. That's nice. It will not switch on yet because we did not actually connect the belts from this side. Military science production will have stopped. So it's the highest time to switch this on. There are no power lines in this configuration, so we still have to kind of design those. It's not much of a design. We'll probably have to design it so that everything connects to each other. This connects everything for now. I think I might even use big power lines. Believe it or not. So that's gonna do it. I'll just override that save because this was a massive misplacement anyway. Here we go. Let's see if we actually get out the coal. 10.3 per mining drill per second. That's the gaps in the transport belts, and they indeed disappear. So this is 30 a second. We are producing 30.9 a second per side. That's pretty powerful. And pretty cheap. Some good speed modules in there, some cheap efficiency modules in there. And there we go. That is 4 belts of coal, 4 yellow belts of coal. In the olden days, you know, I don't even have an example anymore. In the olden days, that looked something more like... I have an example. That's the old grenade coal mine over here. It's not even enough anymore. There's only 104 drills. It's not enough. We need 112 or something. Now it comes from 6. That's quite nice. I kind of missed the YouTube content. Yeah, I don't know how the streams are interacting with the content. Some people say you should stream on the same channel. Some people say you should make a second channel. I chose the same one. I kind of have a fairly similar thumbnail, I suppose, for both the streams and the series. Although the stream one has the words live stream on top of it in big giant letters. But yeah, I release on average every 2 to 3 weeks. If it's a longer video, like the last 2, it's usually 3. The next video is probably going to be 3 as well, because I'm going to have to change styles completely now. We did all the strategy outlaying in the series, and we did all the hour-long combat episodes now. And now we're just going to go to the builder phase. So that means I'm making a storyboard through all the streams. There's no more. Now we're basically, the first 8 episodes or so were strategy discussion mostly, and then the last 2 episodes were combat. Now we're just going to go to the meat and potatoes of the playthrough, which is actually just like making edits of the normal progression without so much strategy stuff involved in it anymore. So it's gonna require a bit of a different approach, I suppose. Right, let's rip this up a little. So each belt of coal needs to go into 2 of these things. So 1 over here, 1 over here. So looks like that could be 1. Then we just underground this one. Coal is already here. So this one can go in here, and this one can go in here, go up. And here it's the same story. This can all go. We are no longer coming from this side. Just need to feed it in here. And then here. A little bit of an issue. Yeah, I think we'll just keep the original line here. Can just do this. I suppose. I don't know what looks the best. Probably this. Alright, then it's actual military science time. Holy moly, military science back up and running. That was the most important part of what I wanted to do. Actual military science. Here we go. Now our grenade assemblers are 60% faster. Hopefully I accounted for that with my insertion speeds here. See if we have 10 coal inside. Oh yeah, we do. Check how this one is doing. 10 coal, 12. Okay, I think we are fast enough here. It looks like we are barely fast enough, it seems. Right. Throw some extra coal in there. There comes the grenades, meeting up with ammo. It should be less than, yeah, like 720 a minute requires 360 red ammo, 360 grenades, so even a yellow belt is fast enough. I think this should be hooked up now. Which means we have switched on military science from our 333. I think that's gonna be, we need to mark that down somewhere. That way we can know, or later when we actually know how much science we need, we know when we will have created enough military science. We can predict at what point in the game we will have enough military science to research a set of technologies. There we go. Military science back up and running. Nice, we achieved something today. Nice. I was a little bit upset with myself at the end of the last stream because I didn't really feel I made progress in the latter half of the stream, because I now know that is because I did not really know what the next step was. But after another week of like analyzing, not a full week, you know, but just mulling it over every now and then, kind of seems obvious now that military science had to be done first. So that was the obvious first step to continue today. Now we get the less obvious part. The less obvious part being now what? Now we've got a couple of directions to go again. I think the first direction to go is... Okay, we are undersupplying iron now. Pipes are empty. I'm probably still storing up steel, am I not? No, I am not actually. Interesting. So yeah, the next thing then we probably want to do is move over the foundries to the south, so we use less beacons and better quality beacons, because the main power draw of these things are the beacons surrounding it. The machines themselves are running at minus 80%, and our new setup has way less beacons, so we got rid of the vertical lines of beacons and just have all the machines adjacent. Actually, the entire thing combined is going to have more beacons, so yeah, there's that. How is power? Very ziggy and zaggy. We still have a good amount of blue signs left, actually. Okay, it seems we can do a fair job of keeping both sciences going now. It will also be nice to get physical damage 3, that makes fighting demolishers a lot easier if we don't go for poison capsules. We could take like medium demolishers with damage 3 easy, I think. Maybe already we can do it with damage 2. But this is a tech that requires military signs but no blue signs. The thing is, if we want that inserter bonus, we should get started on that. We can research that for free now, basically. We can research that for free. Because we cannot keep up with 2k SPM with blue signs and military signs. Blue signs not yet at the moment, at least. It's kind of free. We can store up blue signs at 1k SPM for several 100,000 science packs worth of research. I think we're gonna need to get it. Shouldn't you rush research speed? We already did. I built this lab setup balanced around research speed 3, which we've got. Thought going speed 4 at twice the cost was a bit too far, a bit too much investment. We'll do that for we'll calculate the biolabs with maximum research speed, but for now this was kinda a good balance. With 100 labs, 200 beacons. Being able to consume the full science pack belts. Yeah, I usually get the inserter speed for the regular inserters as soon as possible as well. That really makes a lot of difference. Right now, these are our fast inserters. Decent swing speed, rare quality, 691 degrees a second. Still much less than a fast inserter at the common quality though. Alright. Yeah, alright, so we're already running at iron deficit. Which means we cannot keep up producing everything at the speed we're currently doing it with the current Foundry setup. So the next step presents itself as well. The next step, no matter which direction we're going, double blue signs or not, yellow signs or not, Vulcanus first or not, we're going to have to do the Foundry step as well. Replacing the Foundries, trying to mine up this copper ore in the process. I suppose we'll work on that next. I took way too many red belts. Let's first go balance our inventory again. How we are planning and handling plastics. Currently we're just making it here. I'm kind of planning to move that over here, where we've got the coal for plastics incoming. It's right next to oil. And then just send in the plastics on the coal belts to the base, as I don't need coal for anything else. Not even for power, I'm running off of solid fuel there. How is oil doing anyway? Are we still filling up? Yeah, we're still filling up, man. Still filling up. How many more tanks do I have to build to keep oil flowing? Maybe Maybe I'm overestimating the problem here. Maybe I'm taking this all wrong. Alright, so 1000 times science cost, right? I need 1000 times the ore. That is a given. I do not actually need 1000 times the oil sources though. That maybe was the flaw in my thinking. As oil sources just they start at a certain rate. And then they just infinite. Then once they deplete to a minimum yield. In this case it started at 2800%. The minimum yield is 560%. They will just continue producing that for the rest of the game. We don't need 1000 times as many oil sources because we only have a 2 signs per minute base if you convert it to normal Factorio. 2 signs per minute base is roughly, let's say, 10 times less than what normal people build. Let's say 200 SPM is a normal amount at this stage in the game. So that means we only need 10 times the amount of oil. And I already have like 6 or 7 sources hooked up. So maybe we're going to be fine. I don't know though, we're gonna be doubling blue signs pretty soon. That is going to eat up our oil again, I suppose. Then we're gonna add yellow signs, and then I suddenly do need a lot of oil again. So let's not quite count ourselves rich just yet. Not a full chest of wood. Another full chest of stone. Alright, let's first put away the belts then. Don't have any full chests of stone. I think I just converted into landfill every time. Let's keep a full chest of stone here. We got a full chest of copper there as well. Alright. Inventory balance. Oh, I should have grabbed all of this, I suppose. Alright. Before we can build the Foundry project, we are going to have to move a lot of stuff. I think we will work on moving plastics out of the base first. That also gets rid of the need to transport this coal into the base to some point. There's just going to be plastic that comes in. And the only plastics that's going somewhere is... And we can actually send it up here. We can send it up here and feed it into red chips from this side. How is this ship doing? We have 30k calcite on board still. We haven't lost anything just yet. We also still have basically got 2400 LDS and blue chips on board. So we don't need to fly to Fulgora just yet on the next flight. I'm trying to get rid of all of the blue chips and low density structures in the chest since we got it in here basically. I do want to launch up a bit of extra rocket fuel for this specific trip though. Just to match the amount of stuff I have on Vulcanus at the moment. Looks like we got about 1k extra blue chips and low density structures. So let's send up 1k extra rocket fuel. Oh, it gets added up. It gets added. I wonder though why... Are we simply out? We are out. Are we out? I still have these. Looks like we're bringing this back to the rocket silo. That's all my blue chips. And this is the last of my low densities. Okay, alright. I think we're good though. The ship is still here. We still have all 30,000 calcite on board. That's a double load of what we used to do. And we still have 19k calcite in here. Calcite. We're using 120 a minute. Say 30,000 divided by 120. 250 minutes, so it's one flight per 4 hours or so. And we still have a little bit more at this point, so it's like 5 hours before it will fly off again. Yeah, we have a little bit of time to rebuild this before we actually need to worry about not being able to launch rockets anymore. These should get rocket fuel delivered automatically, right? Okay, there comes the bots. And they are going to be delivering the rocket fuel. Alright. Okay, so no reason to panic just yet. No reason to panic just yet. Alright, let's grab some coffee for the hydrate. Science, we need to take a look at it. I think, yeah, science is going to be progressing for like another... Mouse over here. Another 20 minutes or so, I think. Already no, looks like no. No, we have, I think we have red and green. No, what kind of problems do we have then? We have iron problems basically. Yeah, so we basically have standard iron problems. We are just not gathering enough iron from space at the moment to supply everything that we need to supply. So another reason to get in, I'm just gonna let this happen. I'm just gonna let that happen. Do I switch to red and green signs only then? Do we go fast and further? Dang it. I think we're going fast and further. This is the most horrible moment of the entire playthrough. I think we're going fast and further. Not for the fast and further, but for the eventual capacity bonus on our long-handed inserters. We need that so we can offload this thing fast enough in the future anyway. I would rather go botless with the fast inserter bonus upgrade to the hand size than having this be a messy bot swarm with low speed, hardly carrying anything bots which need to charge up. Yeah, I think let's go. We'll do it. Does it even help if I switch now? We're going to be producing blue signs anyway. It's not going to help. No, we don't need to switch just yet. We do not need to switch just yet. I can postpone it even further. Because blue signs is going to keep getting produced. No matter if we are consuming it or not. So it's fine. We just gotta get the new refineries up, and that's it. I'm really... That's a lot of power, man. I can do like 500 megawatts of my solar panels. But we're already doing like 600 megawatts on average or something, I don't know. Well, the steam power plant, we got the steam power plant for the night. The shot has not shot just yet, so we're doing live production, at least that is good. Alright, then it's, I suppose it's cleanup time, some more cleanup. More pipes going everywhere, need to get moved out of the way. Do I first completely move plastics though? That is the question. Do we first completely move plastics? I think the answer is no. The answer is yes, let's do it. Alright. We're gonna be moving plastics. We're gonna need a lot of pipes, underground pipes, and chemical plants. And we're going to need a setup that hopefully can produce... We already have a setup that can produce a... This is a yellow belt of plastics from half a yellow belt of coal, so we need double this. Either double this or something with faster ones. We can experiment a little bit with that. But first we're gonna be making some underground pipes, some regular pipes as well apparently. Do I just... I'm just gonna use my stocks right here. We've got a lot of iron. I'm not gonna use this iron to keep signs up artificially. Let's just use it up to make pipes and whatnot. I know you can make pipes in Foundries, but that requires molten iron, which at the moment we don't have. What we do have is regular iron, which we gathered off of all the belts which we have drawn. I think we can make underground pipes by hand. Just doing this and this. That's gonna be plenty enough already. Got some of these. So we could work on a plastic setup. So the regular plastic setup is basically this. We can be a bit... Should we just build it here a couple times? Yeah, I think we'll just build it. Just trying to make sure we have a good stash of stuff again. Alright. This is probably going to be a standard efficiency module kind of ordeal. The problem with this setup is not really a problem. We need to insert 1 item a second and output 2 items a second. We have space for 3 inserters. That's so basically we don't really want to go too fast here. Although the long-handed inserter can actually can grab 1.6 item a second, and 2 of those can output 3.2 a second. So there is no real reason to not go for rare ones here, as that way we can basically make a full belt of plastics with only 5 per side instead of 8 per side. So that's good. Another thing we could potentially do is feed in a red belt of coal and take out 2 belts of plastics and save some space in the process. That's potentially 2 red belts of plastics if we can in an output fast enough. I think that should be fairly trivial. Input belt. Does it make sense to beacon this? I don't think so. This is like 42 kilowatts per plant. The beacons cost 320. It makes more sense to, if you're gonna efficiency module anyway, it almost doesn't make sense to use beacons anymore. And we have plenty of oil. I don't think I'm going to efficiency module the plastic. At least not yet. Not until we have tons of power. Outputs. We can input like such as well. That would be fine. 1.6, we can even use regular inserters then. Those do like 0.84, so 2 of them can handle 1.6 easy. That makes the input belt come here. Then we need to move these fast outserters. Make the plastic come back out, and if I do it like such, that is basically a compressed belt of plastics from one side. It is a little bit wasteful on the space. See if we can do better. What if we do just 1 insert and 2 outputs? It's probably the better way. So input comes here. It could be only this. Output goes here. It could actually go on the inside. And we just need to flip over after 5 of these. It's gonna be a bit tricky unless we like rip it apart a little. Also 5. Like this already, so let's do this. We don't have a lot of space where I'm planning to build it, so that's why I'm trying to get a little compact here. Where's the power line gonna be though? I suppose we have actually got these ones. Or even these ones already do the job apparently. And even a light fits in there, believe it or not. You can even have lights. Right, so if this is also over here, then here we just force output that plastic on the inside of the belt. And we should be good. We can do that more stylish, I think. That should work. Yeah, all the plastic is laying on the outside anyway. That's as compact as it will get, I think. Okay, no, this doesn't work. It goes back on the outside, and this one probably will get the stuff blocked here. All right, no stylish old school stuff. New school. This is the cool school. Here we can flip it over. Power line, and the light goes in here. Oh, that's actually not too bad. I can also pull it apart like one tile further. And we can have all the belts in a line. Don't know if that's a good reason to make it one tile longer, but that is there's 2 red belts of plastics, right? Am I counting correctly? It's 32. Yes, 2 belts of plastic. So 1 belt of coal goes in. Means the belt of coal can actually just loop around. Oh, this does no longer connect. Okay, we cannot do it like this. Now the red belt is not long enough. People in chat already saw that. I was not paying attention. Fish output. Hey, QV boy is here. Clean hand still not achieved. I don't have artillery, but I'm researching Gleba already. I have too much SPM. We're working on getting 2k SPM. We had it for a while, but I need to rebuild my foundries on Nauvis. So we're doing the calcite importing, which is stupidly efficient. I've been running on iron from space for I don't know how long. Almost 50 hours now. We've been running on iron from space. Pure iron from space, and copper has after we came back with the foundries has basically gone from 8k a minute to like 1.5k a minute. And I'm not even using productivity yet. That was just after foundries, not even EM plants. Now we have EM plants as well. But I need more, I need to mine some more stuff. We have upgraded from 1k SPM to 2k, or we're in the process at least. So we have 2k SPM right here for red and green. This is everything you need for 2k SPM. But yeah, we are not bringing in enough iron and copper for 2k SPM. So we're currently working on that. After we do that, we should go back to 2k SPM, including blue signs. That's the point. How are you doing actually? I think you did not stream for a while, right? For those of you who don't know, QV Boy was my main inspiration to give this challenge a try. He does the same challenge, just a normal way without hand screen. For as far as there is a normal way of playing 1000 times science cost, if you don't want to bend yourself in all kinds of weird corners but have a more normal Factorio experience, check out Boy's playthroughs as well. He did edit his streams down for his YouTube channel. At least for the part where he's getting off of Nauvis. I have not tried Bob's adjustable inserters at any point. I'm kind of scared too. I'm pretty sure that once I try that, I will not want to play without anymore. That's like one of those things you get addicted to and cannot get rid of anymore. But if you just never try it, you know. Let's not continue the analogy too much. Alright, this is 2 red belts of plastics. We're gonna need 8, which means we're gonna need 80 rare chemical plants. I currently have 15. I have some more somewhere. I think I'm just gonna make 100 extra if I have the resources for it. I think I do. These are quite easy to make. Just 5 of everything. So 5 half stacks should get us there. Pipes, we even have those. And the last thing is steel. I was kind of worried about steel, but I'm not anymore. I mean, we have recyclers now, I forgot about that. And we've got literally 400,000 steel sitting in chests, waiting to be turned into steel chests with quality chance and then recycled back into steel. So if I need more steel, I can just make it. And then the last thing is pipes. Alright, 100 chemical plants of rare quality coming up. Pretty compact. Pretty compact, but not pretty. That is the amount we need. Is it gonna fit here? Oh, ooh, yes, kind of. I do not have 4 red belts of coal coming in here though. I've got 1.2 million coal left in this corner. Suppose we can mine this coal later on. Or just put more miners on here. We got coal. Okay, I don't need to worry. We can just bring coal over here. It's a fairly good area, I think, to put it. Although, if we're gonna mine this coal, it's easier to pipe around a pipe of petroleum gas than it is to hook up new coal belts to the existing patches. So maybe I'll really just this is going to be a 4-belter. Maybe I should source my grenade coal from the smaller patch then and just put 4 belts of coal onto this guy with the plastics right next to it. That might not be such a dumb idea. Some pretty big nests. I'm not sure if I can take those already before I research the other damage upgrades. Looks like the science buffer has run out. Which means nothing. It means nothing. Does it mean something? Do I switch? No. We're just gonna not switch. We're gonna not switch. Alright, they require 2 lines. Only stack to 10, unfortunately. Alright, so the regular ones can go back. in whatever chest they came from. Alright, we got pipes for days now. Pumps we still have as well. Put it in here. I stopped at Gleba, was distracted by work and other projects. Definitely not because Gleba beat me. Yeah, work can be a real pain in the behind, right? I didn't know you played until Gleba though. I thought you stopped at Vulcanus. I gotta check it out. Are the streams on? The streams are on your second channel, right? I'll give that a browse through. Definitely not for inspiration, ripping off, just for you know, like brainstorming. All right. So if I'm gonna make plastics, I gotta get the stuff up, man. I'm just gonna build a single copy for now. Let's just cut this. Just a single one. We can think about the grand plastic scheme later. For now, 2 red bells of plastics should be enough for my needs. There's always the question, man, do you do it properly from the start, or do you just like plop something down real quick and then just hope that you someday improve it? Looks like I'm preparing to actually build it properly this time. Alright, I'll give in then, we'll build it properly this time. Sure. No beacons are necessary at this point. Let's throw those away. And I'm also just gonna throw the stuff we don't need in the chest, so we can take the stuff we need. I got 11 mining drills. I need 12, but it's just all I got. It's just all I got at the moment, so I suppose we'll use this. We're gonna take all the pipes. And we don't necessarily need new belts of coal into the base. In fact, I probably should cut those off already if we're going to do the coal thing here. Is this big enough over here? To put 4 belts of coal on there. $454k. It's okay, it's not great. Could be good enough for a start though, until we actually have I think I should use it. I should switch it out for grenades. Grenades go here and we go here with plastics. 4 belts of plastics though. Belts of coals are in place already. I have that. I'm just gonna put it at the oil. Let's go put it at the oil. We don't care. We'll belt in the coal if we need to. Let's just go over there. grab some belts. Throw away stuff we don't need. Throw away stuff we don't need. We're gonna get plenty of yellow belts from the deconstructing. So we only need to take red belts. What kind of inserters were we using? A lot of longhand. It's 240. No problemo. Some rare power lines, we have those already on us. Lights, yeah, we have everything. It's just a lot of red belts. We don't need any other inserters. All the iron can go. The rest is just belts again. This time we will need all the belts we can carry. On peaceful mode, loved Glabber. Yeah, I had a belt system too. It worked pretty well. I just trashed everything that I wasn't using, including extra iron and copper. It just got trashed into nothing if I wasn't using it. I've already overshot my destination. Okay, so we're gonna switch these belts over to plastics. At least 4 of them, so I don't need to build the entire thing. I am gonna build the entire thing though. Well, we don't need to hook it up just yet. It does have 7 kilowatts of idle power consumption, but let's not worry about everything. I think one of the things we need to do is move this light oil out of the way a bit. Right. I think we go as tight as possible on the water border just for fun. Fits exactly. These power lines do actually not connect to each other. They would connect to each other if they were this type. So perhaps the first 4 can be overwritten. So basically we got 4 belts of coal coming in. I can kind of pretend those are red belts of coal. I can also just build the top part for now. That turns 4 yellow belts into 4 red belts instead of 8. We have the blueprint in our book, so we can later move it around then. I think we'll do that. Well, just for now, let's mine this up. 1.2 million, we'll mine this up. And then we'll move the plastics around later to some other location. How's oil doing? 23k already. Yeah, we gotta get this show on the road. So I suppose it's time for the bots to do their thing. New plastics. Does chunk alignment matter here? No. I'm staying on the we've got belt immunity at home tiles, so I won't be moved around. It's gonna cause a charge for the bots, but let's do it for once. Pay the honest energy cost. And that is why I usually don't do that. That's why I usually cheese that. Oh, shiny. Nice and shiny. This is the old... That's an old obsolete coal belt. I think we're just gonna delete that. That was for the quality coal. Once in the old days, we did mine quality coal. We're gonna pretend that does not exist anymore. Looks like we're just gonna be remodeling this. So let's be fast before that. Before we have problems at the base. Anyway, we have problems at the base. It doesn't really matter. That would be a way to switch off blue science creation actually for now. These don't connect, do they? They don't. Still one tile too far. Okay. Petroleum gas is everywhere. Now we just hook on the coal belts. Sure. Temporarily, we'll just do this then. That's 4 red belts of plastics. Should have cut it off already. Alright, now we just need to consume all of this coal at the base. I'm not planning to scoop empty those belts. So it looks like the first thing I'm actually gonna do before we hook this up is install a 4x4 splitter so the belts get drawn empty somewhat evenly. Not gonna go as far to put a lane balancer in there. There is a 4x4 splitter. What's going on then? Are the priorities at work? No. Alright. Somebody already was thinking progressively. That should do the trick. Yeah, it's a pretty sweet plastic build. Nice and compact. Somehow it fits exactly there. It's not gonna stay there though, but it's nice that it fits, even though we're only building half of it. Okay, let's draw empty then. Okay, that was a mistake. And that was a mistake as well. Oh, that's gonna take a while before that is empty. But... now we gotta design how it comes in and how it goes out. It's gonna be belt 2. Belt 3. And belt 4. Where's the plastic coming out? We got half... No, we have got half belts coming out at the moment. No, we're gonna turn this into 4 red belts of plastics. Theoretically, we're not mining it fast enough though. It's fine. Just for the illusion. You know what? We'll build all of it. Let's just build all of it. We made the stuff. We took the stuff here. Next time we will not have the stuff here. Okay, so let's do the cheesy method this time. No recharging. At the cost of a little bit of extra flight time. There we go, build as designed. How am I not having enough plans? I made 100 of them. I didn't take them, I'm pretty sure. I made them, but they are still in here. Yeah, that's still in there. Fine. We'll come back for those. That means I'm just simply gonna switch on 2 sides with red belts. And call that good. I suppose we can actually output plastics lower down then. This could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These belts are going to disappear anyway. So we're going to take the top 4. That's our horizontal. That barely fits, it seems. And the other ones are just staying out of commission for now. Alright, that's half of it. I think I just will complete it so I can later just cut and paste it to the new location. Probably. Kinda have to do this because this is the end of an underground, so it's a bit annoying. Alright. That's the new plastics. Let's see how far. Yeah, not very far. The coal belt will take a while to empty out. So we'll have to keep that going for a little bit. Now we just have to upgrade the entire belt to a red belt. Really, huh? Oh, there's a lot of red undergrounds in this build, aren't there? Right, I can also just temporarily grab these so that these get placed that at least these two lines will work, and then we're kind of ready to switch it on, I think. No! Dang you, game! I'm not gonna move the entire thing one tile up. I do want to move the entire thing one tile up. But I'm an adult. I can resist. I'm resisting. Look at me. Let's switch it on. I'm resisting. Plastics. No. Here we go. I'm not even looking at chat. I know what you're saying right now. You want me to move it. You're not moving it. Look at the hypnotizing plastics coming onto the red belt. We have a very limited amount of time to test if we actually have a full belt. Okay, we're missing underground, so that's all the time we got. I think we are fine. This is was still moving. Yeah, the inside is compressed here. Okay, now it's no longer moving fast. And I think it's fine. It should be fine. We have a little bit of overspeed in here as well. And we are not mining 4 yellow belts of coal anyway. Not really. We'll see that right now. That we're actually only mining 2 yellow belts of coal. So it doesn't matter anyway. Now we just go back to the base, grab those missing plants, grab a lot of underground. So I forgot to grab those. I'll remove it upstream and never mention it. I would be capable of doing that. Capable is not the right word, but I don't know what exactly the right word is here. Oh yeah, coal. You can grab the coal. Give me a lot of those. Even a lotter. Take all of this. Take all of this. No red belts for me. We don't need any of these then. Not really. Alright, good to go. I already was suspicious that it looked like it shouldn't fit there, but it just fitted. But yeah, if you press shift these days, landfill gets added automatically after you research the technology. Like, and that's what happened. Like if I do this, it displays you can build it, but you need landfill first. Landfill gets added automatically under there. Chem plants. Why are you people always correct about everything? You have literally no idea how annoying that is. Took you 2 years and an ongoing COVID affection to finally see me live. That is bad, man. Feels bad. How's it going? Better than it's going with you, probably. Sorry to say. Sorry, man. Hope you get better soon. I hope it's not one of those like long COVID things which stay with you forever. What's the word for that? Wish you get well soon. Wish you. There's a word for that. No, there's no word for that. English doesn't have a word for that. Like get well soon. Get well soon. That is That is the word for it, right? But yeah, in any case, I hope you get well soon. We have a special word for that in Dutch. I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it. I don't know, is there an English word for that? It's a mild case, but you work with people, so you have to stay away. Ah, gute Besserung. Yeah, we have something, we just say beterschap. The schap part doesn't really mean anything, but if you add it to that word, it means that get well soon stuff. Okay, we need to upgrade the red bells, this entire thing, so we got it on the hotbar. Surprisingly, my hotbar, I got assembly machine mark 1s on my hotbar, 333 hours in the game. But somehow I do happen to have this guy. So we can upgrade with the bots. We can also... So let's also get rid of that. That means... 5 for the deconstruct. Okay, let's hope that we get to the base before Cole does. Oh wait. Okay. Ah yeah, we're catching up. I think we can outrun the... I'm slow, but I'm not this slow. We can outrun that. I should be pretty careful with my deconstruction plan around these kind of areas here. That could go very wrong very quickly. And rip and back again, looks like. Live for 48 seconds. Oh god, is YouTube still up? That's the question. YouTube has a tendency to stay up longer before it goes down, but if it goes down, it stays down. It does not automatically restart. I see myself... Yeah, okay, it looks like we're still up on YouTube. Convalescence? I don't even know that word. Convalescence? I have never heard of that word. Wait, pipes. We want to switch to the pipe deconstruction planner, which keeps pipes intact. Almost feels like back to early game. Laying belts in the forests again. Okay, we're catching up to the coal. It was just a small hiccup. I'm surprised the connection crashed in general. So if you don't hear me, then press F5. That doesn't work, does it? If you're having problems with your phone, call to... Oh, that was a lot of trees. That's fine. Trees. Time that we cared about trees is in the past, really. Three cables left. I think we might have enough to get back to the base in one go. No, this one. Corner. Okay, that belt ends here anyway, so it already was not going to the base anymore. Look at me, man, upgrading. Upgrading to red belts we are. How is the repair packs? Not great. I guess we'll hear it. Once we run out, some stuff will get destroyed. And then we can panic. I think I'm not gonna let myself get distracted by something as benign as, you know, roboports running out of repair packs with behemoths on the loose. Here's our grenade score coming through. Why is that? Okay, that's not running at full speed because I know why. Because we are out of iron. That is the... We are not out of iron, in fact. Wait, what? Then what is going on? Is red ammo not fast enough? .673 SPM. Because we don't have red ammo. Inserter speed. Inserter speed is killing me right here. We need to upgrade. Yeah. I'm trying to pull both copper and steel with the same common yellow inserter here. So that's the problem. I think if I upgrade to a rare one, it should be able to keep up. But that is why we're not producing enough military signs. Let's try to remember that. I probably won't. I cannot get closer, so the bots will have to do that on their own here. Don't really want to restore every belt, because my inventory will fill up quite quickly. I hope I'm not missing anything. Should not happen with the bots doing it. Bots are perfect, right, bots? But I do have a tendency to skip one belt every now and then, and if I walk out of range before a bot decides to go backfill that one belt, then we still could be in trouble. Quite nice actually to walk the entire distance of the belt and see all the madness with the biter bases and the weird splitter joiners going on everywhere. I have to be careful. If I'm doing belt weaving somewhere, I might break things. Forgot belts and the crossing. Oh yeah, something here. That was a sharp eye. Holy moly. Those two belts, right? Thanks, that would have been a lengthy tracking down process. My English sometimes. A lengthy tracking down process to track down those two yellow bells. Alright. I can't believe so many of you saw that. Oh, especially at, like, I'm seeing it like in lossless bitrate, I suppose. But you are watching this in, like, compressed format. How do you see these kind of things? I'm out of red bells. Ha! Look at that. Still need a couple more, so I'm just gonna go quickly restock there. Gotta get rid of this before some bot starts to decide that it's time to build that as well. All of these chests are literally full. Like somebody needs to start making some red bells. I was gonna say we're out of iron, but are we really? This mold is outdated anyway. Yeah, I'm not gonna make the gears in the foundry because that requires molten iron, and what I have surplus at the moment is iron plates. Alright, that's as much as will fit. Sure, that's gonna make more reds. Because this is all that I have left. It's a full chest of those as well. Guess those are gonna get upgraded at some point. Should be enough, I suppose. Those power lines are not up to standards, that's for sure. I don't have my inventory. At least I don't have everything. Who puts that in that chest? What the heck? I was already wondering where my undergrounds were. Alright. Yeah, it looks like science is back to 1k SPM. That's basically what we are producing with blue science, I suppose. Oh man. Can I get rid of these belts? I can. Like the 5.5 belts of iron for the former green signs. I think all of these belts are just gonna disappear now. Also, coal is no longer gonna go up there. That was cool for the power plant, but we're not gonna do that anymore. Alright. Suppose this is like temporary upgrade. Yeah, we don't need to upgrade this actually. That's gonna be plastics. We want plastics to turn north. How did I think I had like some belts for... This is gonna disappear, but belts for pipes and stuff that might stay. 2 red belts of pipes, a belt of steel and a red belt of gears for engines. For blue signs, that's 4 belts. And then there can be the 8 belts of plastics. So first one goes up here. Basically, if I do this, no matter where plastic is, it should go up, right? And then we can start... yeah, that looks to be the case. And then we can connect this to red chips. 1 belt of plastics should be enough for the moment. So we should get rid of all of this as well. Kind of makes more sense for the moment to put it on this belt, to be honest. That belt is obsolete anyway, and it is already red. Plastics for red chips is there. So that basically means I'm just gonna want to drain this belt from coal completely. Because we're no longer using it. We're using solid fuel now. We have coal as a backup, but we don't really need to. Don't need to. Sure. That's gonna draw empty that part of that coal belt. We're gonna have a lot of coal in our inventory with all this cool stuff. But then this belt can temporarily go to plastics to over here. This is a temporary belt anyway. I think we'll just bring it over the top. Temporary build, so this is extremely important, obviously. Really, it's gotta go here, Mike. Temporary. Temporary. No matter how it go here. It is only temporary. This is probably just gonna disappear in general. Let's put output priority on the short belt. There we go, that's the new plastics. This way will also eat up the old plastics first. Once we dismantle it. We will only dismantle it though once new plastic actually has reached the base. Which might be a while. Because first we're gonna have to eat up a lot of coal. Did he fix inserts on red ammo? No, I was just going to, and I totally did not get reminded by that because of your comment. I thought of that completely independent. But thanks anyway. This, yeah, looks like it's keeping up now. We're producing non-stop. That should see a sharp turn upwards now. From about 296 to wherever it is going to end up at. Should end up at 320. It's probably going even higher. These assemblers are too fast. So it should be at 320. If it's above 320, it's gonna back up. But it was below 320. That means we did not have enough science power going on. Oh, I forgot one thing. I'm mining stone. Not with big mining drills. We're mining stone with the old mining drills. We might want to change that. Even like standard quality big mining drills would be more effective. We got minus 33% resource drain with these ones. But these even in standard quality have 50%. We have uncommons, so we could do 41% on there. Is it something that has the utmost priority? I think no. We first want to do the Foundry thing. Then we'll replace the stone miners. On the other side, we do need to wait for these coal belts to empty out, because I'm not going to try grab all that coal off the belt. In fact, I'm making the problem worse by doing this. So be it. Okay. Where's all the coal going? The coal is going to plastics and to Vulcanus in the future. There's plenty of other cleanup to do here though, so we might just stay in this area first. I suppose let's put my... Let's walk back to the base. And sort out our inventory like a normal person. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want all of that. I just want to get rid of my stuff. And throw some other stuff in here. Rare chemical plants. Alright, now I got rid of everything except iron plates. Alright, I need space for the iron plates. Forgot about that part. And I only have those space in these chests up here. Right. Prepare for cleanup. Means my inventory goes in a chest again. Except a bunch of chests, I suppose. Take some belts, some inserters, some power. Some pipes. Yeah, that's our cleanup inventory. We basically have to clear out these ore belts. It's not that much anymore, actually. I suppose we'll also clear out this old furnace area now. There's a lot of iron in here still. The copper belts need to keep on flowing, but we can probably reroute those copper belts to their future location already. I'm just gonna make a save somewhere because clean up more ore belts for foundries. What's Mike been doing on the stream? Being confused and indecisive. But I'm trying to get stuff done anyway, so we build this plastics somewhere else, so we get space for more foundries in the base. Things have been going with various rates of success. There's way too many bells in one go. I cannot like deconstruct all the pipes at the same time. The pipelines have got to stay intact or science will stop. Right, let's cancel that, please. Okay, fortunately it still fits. Looks like we're gonna have an iron burst again. Not really sure what happened, why we're suddenly... Consumption 76k. Iron consumption went down for some reason. But what is the reason then? If we have enough iron and enough copper. Alright. The reason is we are no longer producing 2k SPM red and green signs since... yeah, that is the reason why we're now consuming less iron. It's a little bit less, but it's less nonetheless. And it makes it so that we are building up iron again instead of spending it. So do I want to stash steel again? That's then the question. Yes. Especially now that we're filling this again with iron as well. Yeah, we're ripping it apart and rebuilding it. That's exactly what we're doing. It's taking a lot of time. There's already stream 3 or 4 or something that we're doing this. The thing is, we're doing it without shutting down the old base, because the old base... We're at 1000 times science cost, right? We'd prefer it if science kept on going at all times. And we've got time to do this, basically. We do have the time to do stuff like this. Alright, that is one part. Let's go up here. I think I'm gonna get rid of all these trees. This is going to be the part of the ore bus that's going to go up to the northern part of the base. I'm really happy for the robot carry capacity upgrade. It really helps a lot with doing these kinds of deconstructs. This is the point where these belts end. They were simply decorative belts. They got replaced for other belts here. Alright, so if I go 2k SPM, I'm gonna need 2 red belts of pipes. I'm gonna need only 1 red belt of gears. Previously this was iron, so that had to be doubled as well. But if it comes in the form of gears, it only has to be 1 belt. Right now it does not even have to be a red belt. Let's draw empty that belt as well then. And then that is going to be the new plastics belt. Or at least one of them. Hey, one of the plastics belts has reached the base. Looks like I somehow I'm favoring one of the belts with this system, probably. Oh yeah, I see what I'm doing. It doesn't really matter. But we got plastics up here, which means we can officially start up red chips on the new plastics. Actually, we already did that. We just need to wait for the old coal and old plastics to run out. Trying to minimize the... I know I get a lot of stuff in my inventory, but I could get so much more stuff in my inventory if we just grabbed absolutely everything from everywhere. I don't really mind grabbing the ore because it's easy to get rid of. How is the ship on calcite? Okay, 25k left still. We can make 1 or 2 flights for sure still. I think we are not quite in a hurry to get this done. Alright, let's grab the nature hater. Bye bye annoying trees. You have been annoying for the entire playthrough, but no longer. Not sure about this part here yet. Alright. Now what? Alright, so this thing should fit onto here. So I think we're gonna delete. This is all iron and copper, which is going to red and blue chips and LDSs over here. So let's actually just switch that on, I suppose. To get rid of it. Start emptying the belts again. I think we are more in need of low densities than blue chips. Slightly. Don't think there's much we can do anyway to decide which resource goes where, but that should start emptying these belts out as well. Another plastic belt is arriving at the base. Way to go, plastic belt. Now what's the progress on each planet? Let's just quickly take a look. We can take a look ourselves as well. Vulcanus is as we left it, just a calcite mine. We have mined up slightly over 100k calcite out of the 700k patch in all these hours. So looks like it's gonna last. Calcite loading, a lot of carbon from space, way too much. 326k at the moment. And for the rest, nothing has been touched. Except for some guerrilla mining off of this patch. We haven't destroyed the demolisher just yet. Gleba is not yet researched. Fulgora is probably idle at this point. I think we have mined out everything we could reach. So we already went back to pick up the modules. Some of these were still going very slowly, so we probably have a couple ones here and there. But in general, Fulgora is idle. So we need to come back here. We can start those up again with elevated railways, which we now have access to, and connect these scrap patches. But for now, that has not got the highest priority. Highest priority is Nauvis rebuild. Then depending on what's next, if Vulcanus is next, we probably do not need to make more modules just yet, because Vulcanus does not require a lot of infrastructure to make the science pack. And purple science ingredients, they cannot even be productivity modules at all, so we probably don't need to go back to Fulgora for a while. And here we're just still in the process of ripping the base apart. Yeah, we're not quite in a hurry to kill the first biter base, that's correct. I think the best thing we can do is to try to keep science going at the maximum rate we can. It is 1000 times science cost, so that kind of sounds like it will be the limiting factor for the speed of anything we do in this playthrough. Keeping up science has been the priority for quite a while now, basically since we stopped fighting biters. We have tried to keep science at 1k SPM after, and we have succeeded quite well. And now we are transforming the base into 2k SPM. And we're gonna try to keep it there. That has been the main focus of the playthrough. So everything I do seems absolutely slow. That's because it is. It is absolutely slow, but I try to get science to keep going at all times, as even with my slowness, it seems that that will be the slowest factor in the end. Okay, so this is plastics for low density structures specifically. There are so many pipes here, I do not dare to touch that. I'm just gonna rip this apart manually here. Also, that might be an important power connection. Let's make one over here for now. Okay. I think this actually can disappear completely. It ends over here at sulfur and sulfuric acid. I'm not going to be making more batteries here. Am I? Am I? Do I still have batteries, or did I spend them all? No, I brought them over here. Alright. And I have my accumulators already, so I even have enough to make more laser turrets. I think this entire area is going to go as well. It's going to simplify cleaning things up if I can take away the water and petroleum gas pipe from here. So I think I'm just going to do that. I don't know what this belt weave is for. I think this is the old grenades and ammo belt that is now gone. The batteries can stay for now. I just want to get rid of these pipes. That oil pipe will have to go too, man. That oil pipe through the entire base is just absolutely annoying. Was this even an old coal belt with quality copper? Gonna go completely as well. Entire quality area is gonna get ripped apart too. This is oil pipe. The oil pipe we need to keep still. This just goes to power. Did I? Oh god. No, I did pick up all the coal from there. This just goes to plastics over here. All of this is already obsolete. Just gonna fill up the inventory real fast. Oh wait. Yeah, this needs to stay connected still. Until all the coal is gone. Let's make sure all plastics can go everywhere. Oh, look at that. That is the last of the coal, actually. Sound cue on the right moment. That is the last of the coal. Plastics is at the base. So that means red chips is soon going to be working on the new plastics. As soon as we get rid of all of this mess. Can get rid of the water pipe already. Oh, that is nice. Last of the coal. Coal switch to plastic. We got no furnaces running on coal anymore, believe it or not. Believe it or not, we have no more furnaces running on coal. I'm not gonna keep all that coal sitting around in a chest, so let's just get rid of it. That's all the input belts gone though. Let's grab the rest of it here. Old furnace feeding. Entire furnace system has to go as well. If I keep that if I deconstruct that now, and I keep this plastics around for a little bit longer, I can just get rid of all of my coal. Because I don't have any space to put it anymore. Except for in these plastic assemblers. So I might do that. Let's deconstruct the furnace area here as well. This is all disconnected, so I probably just want to scoop empty all the belts. This is not going to pick up anything anymore, but the ore is going to get picked up. These are all full, so I should probably empty those myself. Looks like I was a little bit premature on deleting the copper ore feeder here. Can I place a copper chest to save my life? No, I cannot. Alright. I have another copper chest at the base which I should grab as well. What is this even? More garbage. We welcome all garbage in this family. Yeah, now we need to go back to the base though. That is entirely too much garbage. Okay, stone. Iron. Copper. Lots and lots of copper. Rando garbage. I'm gonna take the ores now. Plastics as well. Most importantly, I want to take the copper ore. We're gonna come back for that coal. I'm gonna get rid of that as well. Full chest and as much as we can carry. Alright, so this is completely empty. That means there's no more coal on any belt anywhere, almost. That's the last of it. There's still 25 on the underground, alright. So then we'll just do this a couple times to get rid of the rest of it. We also could feed it out. I don't think I'm going to. Alright, this is gonna hurt a bit as well. Even more. Steel should be empty, but these irons will be full too. It's not gonna fit. All right. I'm just preparing the takedown. Potentially important power connection. This is no longer. This is all gonna go though. Power is going around this way. It is connected at the top as well, so it does go around. And this is just a redundant connection, except to the center part here. But that will still be connected through the foundries for now. So that could go. This is a horrible idea, but for the video, I should give that a name. I found that I make my storyboard a lot by the names of the save game, just to remember what I was doing. That's why all of them get a name like that. This is not a good idea. I don't have enough bots to do this. That's gonna drain my entire battery and my roboports, I think. We'll probably have to reload that. There's 5 coal in each furnace still as well. Hey Stefan. Ah, purple signs can do quality, right? Yeah, that is true. That's a good point. Same like military signs. I didn't do it for military signs. Okay. Yeah, that is my... Each of these things is like almost two of these... No, each of these things is like slightly more than one of these batteries combined. So that's basically like 10 batteries worth of power down the drain. That's gonna take a long time to charge up. And in the meantime, I cannot walk fast. I'll pay the price. Let's do it. How one normally would play. We'll pay the price. Right, we still have a bunch of coal left. Keep throwing that in the plastics. It's gonna take a while to charge up. It's actually not that bad with this many solar panels. It's gonna take the whole day, I suppose. The whole Factorian day. Which is fine. Created 400 low density structures or something. 400? Is that all that left? All that's left? Gotta get it back on the rails. Right, so... And these are the old plastics belt. We can still change to the running armor, so that's alright. The difference, man. Alright. We also want to... Oh no, not like that. We want to eat up this belt of coal as well, of plastics. Draw it empty. Draw it empty. Okay, that's all gone. Petroleum gas is still there. I can take the water pipe though. Barely faster than my bots. Water is used for sulfur for blue sign, so I should keep that on. Okay, these have been drawn completely empty except this belt. Where is this belt even going? Nowhere. This belt is going nowhere. Alright then. And once we get to the top, we should see that this plastics belt will soon start to move. And then we're actually running red chips off of the blue plastics. Believe it or not. That was quite a mission to change that out. Holy moly. Not deconstruct steel just yet. Wait a minute. Something's off. Looks like this one needs to stay. Yeah. All of this can then go. What's this guy even doing? Ah, sulfuric acid. Yeah, that's no longer a thing. It was just for temporary blue chips there. Red chip overflow, we don't have that anymore. Suppose copper cable and steel is still gonna go up there. Alright. Suppose that will kinda do. So we're still not running on the new plastics, especially not if I hand fill some more plastics in red chips. How is it going here anyway? Alright, still plenty of space. Yeah. Oh, battery is back to half full. That means all of these are full again, and we can actually use the legs again. And it was not so bad. It was not so bad as I thought it would be. Alright. It's starting to get empty here. The real pain is going to be... There must be a million things in here, man. A literal million. Let's just grab some more. We'll try smelting the rest of this as well. I don't have better quality modules on me. Frankly, I don't really care. We do need to keep some of this ore around for concrete. I already used some of it. But I suppose... all of this can get smelted. I should have done that earlier, I suppose. Just get smelted wherever. And just go wherever. On the other side, we still have some space in here, don't we? Yeah, some. Alright. Okay, that can get smelted then. I don't think I have enough space to take up all of this, so let's quickly head back to the base. And I think I'm gonna go on dinner break first. It looks like dinner is about to be ready. Then after the break we'll be back with more breaking down the base. After the break there will be some more breaks. The Johnny's got my construction bolt, man. And the power line. That's gonna go anyway, I suppose. The belts are still intact. But one of my bots got sniped, so probably it was still doing something. Yeah, we'll have lost one bot there. I thought the biter zoos had run out of repair packs. Then I heard two sounds and I thought the biters, something went wrong with the biters somewhere on the map. Like here. Or perhaps here there's a ton of biters who have migrated to these nests. I think it has something to do with those expansion chunks on the water. There's a ton of biters here everywhere. So it's a bit, it's not entirely safe anymore. So many red bells, man. So many red bells. Looks like we good to go again. Let me just go back to where I was, and then I'll go for my dinner break. Yeah, we need to take this apart, and then we can move over the foundries with more foundries per foundry. And then we actually need to go mine some stuff. We need to do some new stone mining with the new big mining drills. That's already running, so that's probably has priority. And we probably need to do some iron mining and copper mining, because we are currently not really generating enough iron from space anymore. Those days are gone. 2k SPM instead of 1k SPM. We need some actual iron from Nauvis again. And we probably also need double the copper. That's gonna be the after the break, that part. I'm gonna save here. We're gonna load back to the save after the dinner break. Dinner break. Then more breaky stuff. Okay, red ammo is still not backed up. Good to know. Yeah, those chests of steel we hooked up there. No, not enough. Not enough. We need actual steel to go there. But we're close now, so I suppose we'll hook that up to... We'll just steal some more steel from over here to do that. Let's hope I don't forget that after before it's time for the dinner break. Let's find a nice vantage point of what the base is doing. At least the working part of the base. Doesn't fit, man. My base is too spread out. Thanks, Mago, for the 5 months of subscription. Alright, at least this has lights. We're gonna stay at the horrible splitter then. At least the horrible splitter is horrible. So we can see stuff. Alright. I'll be back in probably about 10-15 minutes. So see you soon. Right, sorry that took a little bit longer than I was expecting. Some stuff came up. The splitter was horrible to watch being built by Mike. Thank you, it was a horrible experience to build it as well. Just a casual, you know, your standard blueprint book, cookie cutter kinda science distributor. You can find it in every balancer book. Chocolate blue science is just keeping up to keeping fully saturated. You're only on the top lines though. 1 KSPM stuff. What is he working on now? Well, let's go back. Where is the Guy? We are not working on going to Gleba, even though it looks like it. We just need something to research. The research speed is so blistering fast that I just cannot keep up with all the stuff I need to do. 1 KSPM currently, we're working to get it up to 2 KSPM. Currently the next thing we need to do, we already put red and green at 2 KSPM. We are now working on getting blue to 2 KSPM, but before we can do anything, before we can increase any other science count, we gotta make sure we have enough iron ore coming in, and currently we do not. We also don't have enough foundries to smelt the supposedly enough iron ore coming in the future. So we're going to have to put some foundries down here and mine some more ore. That is or mine some more ore, start mining ore entirely again, because currently we are not mining a single piece of iron ore anywhere on the planet of Nauvis. All iron is coming from space. We have 1 belt of copper coming in, we're gonna have to double that, and we probably need to mine like 1 or 2 red belts of iron, I would say. We got 4 red belts coming in. Sorry, we got well, we got capacity for 6 belts coming in. We don't actually have 6 belts coming in. I think we have about 4 to 5 belts coming from space. So that's like 2 to 3 red belts. We're gonna need another 2 to 3 red belts of iron ore for 2 KSPM. 1 KSPM was running completely on iron from space, so there is no way that we need more than those 5 belts or so, since we're basically just doubling it, with some more discounts here and there. So yeah, we already built military signs on the cliff, a nice horizontal line, and we are about to get this guy in place right above it. Already a lot less red in the way than there was before. So that is looking well. That's looking well. Yeah, very well, Mike. That is looking very, very well. Wait, is that correct? Very well. I'm confused. Very well. Very good. Yes, this is the end configuration. 8 belts of plastics, then 8 belts of iron, and the 8 belts of copper are gonna have to come in over here. With the 2 belts gaps in between, those pipes should fit in between. In fact, I did make a blueprint to put power lines and pipes. In a way that they would connect. So we got 1 max length, 2 max length connections, and then 1 slightly under max length, and that way it is symmetric per chunk. So we'll probably try to stick to something like that. Here it's going to be different because of the way the belts are going to be coming in. I gotta figure out which fluids are gonna have to go up. I'm kinda torn on if I should send petroleum gas to the base at all, because we have plastics coming in from external source now, which means the only other recipe for petroleum gas in the game is plastics and solid fuel, and filling a barrel. But yeah, filling a barrel we're not gonna do. Solid fuel We are not going to do that from petroleum gas, obviously. Plastics we are feeding in, so the only other thing is sulfur. And if I remember correct from my Excel file, we need less than a red belt. We need less than a yellow belt of sulfur. But we might be sending some sulfur away to Vulcanus as well. Sounds stupid, sending sulfur to the sulfuric acid planet of Vulcanus. The problem is though, yeah, you get sulfuric acid, but you don't really get sulfur in any automated way. Thank you, nighttime. So you get sulfuric acid from here, but you don't actually get sulfur from anywhere. You have to do the simple coal liquefaction thing, and then crack the heavy oil into light oil into petroleum gas, and then that into sulfur. You cannot go back one step, so... Wait again, what do we need sulfur for? We need sulfur for something. Explosives, that was it. Yeah, we need sulfur on Vulcanus to make explosives, because we need explosives, which are made with coal and sulfur. We need those to make the artillery shells. That is the whole reason. Not the whole reason we're going to Vulcanus, but before we go to Gleba we need artillery. So we don't only need the technology, we also need to make a whole lot of artillery shells. And getting sulfur on Vulcanus is kinda expensive. I don't know if it's expensive enough to warrant sending rockets over with sulfur though. We'll have to think about that. Kinda depends how limited coal is going to be on Vulcanus. What we need to do here is we need to go around, explore all the territories of like small and maybe medium demolishers, see what kind of resources they have available, and I suppose we need to try what we can take on. I know we can take on small ones, we can no-div them with poison capsules. The medium ones, I think we might be able to take them with our current technology, but I'm not entirely sure. So we might need to test it out. It kind of depends. I don't think for my... I've looked around the world a bit. I don't think we have a lot of coal available. It was just a couple million. A low couple million of coal. This is good coal, but if I remember correct, this is medium demolisher territory already. That guy is protecting like 17 million coal, while I'm sitting on like 3 or something like that. So yeah, it's a little bit unpredictable. For now though, I probably want to divert my copper belt. This is a little in the way as well. I think we're just going to have to accept that science is going to stop for a little while we switch over the foundries to the new resources. So be it. Alright, so if we don't send over petroleum gas to the top, we also don't need to send over water to here. I think water is only used to make the sulfur. If we just bring in the sulfur, we don't need petroleum gas, we don't need water. We will need water later on for yellow science, because yellow science requires blue chips, which requires sulfuric acid. But we have a water source at home. So it kind of depends where we are going to build that. But it's probably easier to just pump water from here than to pump it up all the way through this mess of belts. So what then needs to go up? I guess the entire rocket fuel thing. Rocket fuel requires light oil and only light oil, because the solid fuel is also made from only light oil. So I could do away with oil fluids altogether. That's not true, we're going to need lubricant for electric engines. Okay, lubricant. Perhaps water, perhaps... I don't know, we're gonna keep... We can always belt and pipe weave. There is space to get a belt through this area as well. That's why there's like gaps between the power lines and stuff. I think I don't really need to take into account how many pipes of stuff I'm going to need. We can get rid of them all. For now though, I need to send 3 pipes up there. Light oil, water and petroleum gas. Looks like we are going to do that already then. I gotta be careful here, because if I misplace one, I will have wasted some expansion chunks over here. Oh, that might have broken all power actually. Sure, it can be red undergrounds for now. I just want to connect it. It's slightly horrible here. We no longer make quality steel, so this belt to quality steel can go. But this one is ideally located over here. Suppose for now if we just go a red belt. Can kinda get that through like such. And then we should be able to force place this guy in there. Okay, that does fit. We just don't have the required underground saunas. Eventually there will be red belts anyway. Alright, so now we can send some of the fluids through here. Looks like petroleum gas can go over here. I think we're gonna have to make some sort of exception over here. Petroleum gas is now coming from here, so let's do that. And that's too long. How is that too long? And this is not too long. Is there a pump somewhere? There must be a pump somewhere. Oh wait, it goes the wrong way. Yeah, we just need to go up here. Still too long. And I did not bring my pumps. It's not great. It's too long because this is still connected. No? 449. There must be a pump in here somewhere that I can steal, like this guy. Alright, for now it just needs to keep flowing because science is suffering. Alright. Suppose water can be next to it then. Water, do we even need water? Water is just used to make sulfuric acid, right? I don't think we need any water up here, because sulfuric acid here is a thing of the past. So the only other thing we need to send there is light oil. That can be temporarily connected like such. So plastic even connects, that's nice. Then we need to connect the other end, and hopefully we don't have the same problem over here. Doesn't look like it. Alright. I'm not gonna bother saving the resources here. The petroleum gas pipe can go. Nice. It's gonna cause a nice recharge for my bots here. Hey, thanks Biocinder for the Prime subscription. Oil processing with pianodons has made vanilla cracking so free. I bet. I don't even want to look at pianodons at the moment, to be honest. Wait, the entire this petroleum gas connection can go as well. Yeah, alright. The bots will come back. Hopefully they don't fly over the Johnnies again. Alright. Wait. I'm an idiot. Sulfur requires water as well. Let's try to get water in there. It's amazing how this super force place works, man. Still a little bit janky to get the bot orders correctly in there, but in general it's not bad. Right, looks like we have a third pipe of water then. Yeah, this is not gonna look the best. Don't worry about it. It's fine. At least blue science continues. With a bit of luck, most of the assemblers will not get disabled. Why is this not like lit up with a radar? Should this be like... it should be one chunk higher here. And now it's visible. In fact, most of blue science keeps going. Just a couple assemblers in the beginning are switched off. So that will be fine. Alright, since all of this is south, I'll probably try to connect petroleum gas over here as well. Alright, then there's only one thing left, that is oil. Oil which comes from all the way up here and goes to all the way down here through my base, which is a bit annoying. suppose we have to deal with that. But how and where? That is a great question. This is too far to stretch, I think. Yeah, it's exactly one tile too far. There's plenty of undergrounds going on here already. I think we'll just ignore it for now. Perhaps we can send it upwards here as well. It just needs to be out of the way for a little. And this is not in the path of any of those belts. Alright, so where's the oil coming down? It's coming down somewhere over here. Over here. Like, this is like my buildable area. It's not really a good location for anywhere, to be honest. We just like temporarily throw it through the science assembler area until we've got a permanent place for it, but I really don't like to do that. Let's try to figure it out from the other side. Maybe purple science belt can go. Purple science is going to come in from the hub after this anyway. I'll just throw the oil pipeline under the beacons here and decide later what needs to go where. Alright. That means then we cannot really get it through here. There's this yellow signs. I suppose, yeah, we'll do it here. For now we'll do it here. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a pump, so let's at least grab some stuff from the inventory. Pumps. Suppose pipes we really have enough. I'll try to pump the oil from the other pipe back. Here there is nothing in there. Did I already disconnect it on the other side or what? Alright, now we're blocking off this entirety. Alright, so until we've got that connected, we have to keep that going. This is temporary, only temporary. Only temporary. You have a 43%. We researched a bunch of that at 2k SPM, so that explains a little bit of that part. It is backing up again, it's a bit slow. But it is backing up again. Right, it's coming from over there. This pipe is now too long. Should be like some power cable somewhere where we can place a pump. Sure, that'll do. Okay. Now we want to reverse this and disconnect it at the bottom, because now it's basically just pumping in circles. But as soon as we disconnect this, nothing happens. Alright. I think there's another pump in there somewhere. I think next to the Johnnies there was a pump. Not anymore. Ah, this one. Alright, this one is empty now. Right, and this one is being pumped in the reservoir. Okay, so we can get rid of the in-the-way pipeline. That's the most important part. I gotta not let those bots fly over the Johnnies again. That did not go very well last time. Entire plastic build can go. It's going to be a bit of a pain to deconstruct. I don't think we're going to fully deconstruct that just yet. We'll do that once we deconstruct this area entirely. Before the Johnnies snipe us again. Alright. So be it. We know what this area will be the entire science area, so the oil line is no longer in the way. We have that one line under the lab, and the rest is situated in an existing area with a lot of garbage. So hopefully that will keep flowing. That leaves the important area free, where we are going to do the redesign. Holy moly. I did not idle. I did do like the first 10% at 2k SPM were done off stream, because I just sorted a bunch of chests and updated some map tags and all that kind of stuff. Because I made a giant mess at the end of the last stream and I didn't want to spend an hour on camera sorting more chests. We do enough of that as is already, I would say. Alright. The southernmost we can place a mining drill is this. Okay, that is the most far away we can place a drill. There's some copper here, so we do need to place two of them next to each other. And then there's gonna be one here and one here somewhere. That's the absolute minimum. It's a little bit of a problem because that is like right on top of this thing. It does not affect the iron side though. It affects a couple beacons and some of the copper things over here. In fact, this one can probably move over. It's only in the way of one of those. Yeah, same for this one. Can move up a bit. It can be exactly in place of the foundry here. Can we not do that on this one? That would be comfortable. I think we can. We just need to put one more then on the left side as well. Something like that. It's not too bad. Rip more trees, alright. Starting to shape up. The area is starting to look okay. I suppose the next thing we need to reroute is this copper belt to the old foundries. I think we can do it without interrupting science too much. Let's take a look at it. Thanks, Orion is Gamer. Thank you for the Prime subscription. It does seem to go faster now, man, those technologies. Even if just going at 1100 SPM or something compared to 1K. Don't know what it is. Maybe the projects have just gotten bigger and more time consuming. Although I can hardly imagine that being the case after the early game. Alright. It looks like we need to get rid of... we'll just reroute the copper belts like up here. That's gonna be my new copper belt. Copper is gonna come in here. So if we just reroute it to here. Plop a splitter on there. This is going to be the iron belts then. Alright, so we're going to have the iron belts come... Let's not think about it. This just needs to go up. There's a free space over here. Except there's a corner. I should actually make it over here. Man, that lock to the grid thing is working wonders, man. That would work. Alright, how far does this go up? That is about as far as it goes up. I think for now we'll just turn right. Alright, that's gonna be almost entirely out of the way now. something like that. Alright, I think it's then time for the plastic build to go as well. Use classic miner with no efficiency. I don't think so, we don't need that copper for quite a while. The entirety of plastic should be empty. It is not connected to anything important except this entirely lit up area over here. This is old plastic. Suppose this is also old iron ore. A little bit too enthusiastic in sending out all the bots. I'm gonna pay for that. There it goes. 1%? No. No 1% hype. Alright. That's for later. Alright, so here goes plastic then. Let me save it here for the edit. I have to get some scenes in there of the stream. Not sure how much of it is going to end up in the actual series. Probably not a lot. Some of these zigzag scenes and it's done. So easy in the edit. Alright. Unfortunately, I think some of this is in the way as well. It's mostly belts though at the very edge here. I think I'm just gonna edit this blueprint real quick. That is the calcite supply line. Don't really need to care about that just yet. And suddenly a lot less stuff is in the way. This is done. There goes these quality furnaces. Right, we got that chest over there. I'm not going to deconstruct all these chests just yet. Okay. I don't know where I'm gonna put those just yet. Whatever chests you choose, bots, those are gonna be the ones that I fill. Don't tell me that is in the way. Six of them. And then the military science belt. Looks like it's gonna go straight. And then this is supposed to be steel. We don't really have much of a choice here. Let me at least replace some of the chests. It's not so bad when you can just put it somewhere adjacent, but if you need to bring it some distance away, I knew this quality coal was coming back to bite me in the behind later on. I didn't use quality coal for anything yet in the base. Maybe I'll use it at some point. But I'm not entirely sure when. Steel, right. Speaking of hauling things, I want to keep military science going. Always LDS shuffle it. The thing which people call LDS shuffle does not quite work at this tech level. The make infinite LDS from coal. That requires like lossless recycling, if I understand it correct. Which is not a thing which we currently have. Just 2 inventories again. That should run military science for a while. How much is in here anyway? 425k. We're still gathering faster than we spend. I think that that is also one of the things I heard they were gonna get rid of. That was the next to the space casinos, the LDS shuffle is likely to disappear as well, as far as I heard. Alright. Then it's just a matter of these pipes which are still in the way. They are supposed to be connected to here anyway. We even have a blueprint for that. I think I can probably just force place that into existence without doing too much damage. Let's try that. Means this is gonna disappear. Let's just connect it for now. We still need to actually connect it though. That is where it's gonna have to be connected. I think for now I can do that. Temporary. These have different levels now, so they are no longer connected. It's not connected to where it should be connected though. I was gonna switch off military signs again, I can already feel it. No. Okay, I hooked them up wrong apparently. That is the wrong way around. Oops. I'm not gonna delete the entire pipe system. Okay, iron goes on top. Already here, that's part of it though. Iron goes on top, these are hooked up wrong as well. I see the problem. A little wasteful, but so be it. This is supposed to be iron. Sorry, this is supposed to be copper. Copper on the bottom. Iron on the top. I'm confused. Alright, the red overlay is for iron, the blue one is for copper at the moment. I know that this one is iron, so let's connect this to iron and call it good. Nope. That still needs to be connected here. Okay, this was more difficult than I thought. There we go. It switches back on again magically. It's fine. Is it though? No, we're gonna lose some science. That's fine though. Blue science will just catch up again and everything will be good. Alright, so now this is kinda more out of the way. That was the whole point. Alright, I can now do this LDS shuffle on Nauvis as well. I forgot about that. I have Foundries and Nauvis. That would work, right? It's not really called the LDS shuffle if you just make low density structures from plastics from coal, I suppose. Shuffling is if you like just keep moving it around until it's like legendary. You just keep shuffling it around until it's legendary, and that's why I think it only really applies to lossless recycling of low density structures. Not lossless recycling, but the 300% productivity bonus on low density structures makes it that you recycle lossless. So we are not there yet by a long shot. Alright, now I disconnected copper from here. So I'll temporarily have to connect it back to military science again. And I disconnected iron as well. So I temporarily have to reconnect that as well. Not here though, because that's going to be in the way. That's military science again. This is full. Alright. So then all of this can get out of the way. Alright, we're gonna have to bring this down over here somewhere. Supposedly they are removing quality modules in crushers. I don't think they are removing quality modules in crushers. They are removing quality modules from the asteroid reprocessing. So you can still use quality modules in crushers. You can no longer put quality modules in like reprocessing, where you turn one asteroid into the other one indefinitely until you get quality ones. I agree that that should go out of the game. I don't mind quality modules in here, that's fine. That is just making something from something else, but this doesn't feel like it should be able to benefit from quality. Like you have a metallic asteroid and it immediately spits out a quality metallic asteroid or a quality carbonic chunk. Then you go recycle that and it spits out a rare quality metallic asteroid chunk again. This is not the intention of this technology. The intention of this technology seems to me that you can just use all the asteroids that you catch to some degree for production on the spaceship. I don't think this should be an infinite legendary resource printer. Not this recipe at least. I just use as many undergrounds as possible so the fewest possible stuff connects to each other. Those trees are gonna disappear anyway. Yeah, let's just grab all of them. No longer in our foundry zone. Those are gonna be in the way. Finally, we got rid of these pipes as well. Holy F, man, that took forever. Does it fit? I think so. There is some pipe stuff over here which is temporarily modified. So I can just shift click that. This we can move out of the way after shift clicking as well. I think we are ready to plop this down. Let's get rid of that. Let's just get rid of the pipeworks on the right end. Ideally, I will place this without shift clicking. Which means this should be a straight belt, at least for a while. And should also be connected probably. Alright, we got that, but we cannot really do much about that, so we will be shift clicking. I think the only things that are in the way are these pipes now, but that's fine. We can work around that. And then the mining drills, that's fine as well. So, time to switch off the roboport, as we're going to be placing the big blueprint finally. Foundry, relocation, start. It took a while to get to this point. I would not mind quality fluids. I would not mind quality fluids. Okay, nothing else is blinking except those spots that we are aware of. So let's go over it. Temporarily, this can be solved like such. And this can be solved like such. That is supposed to be steel later on. This is supposed to be steel that goes to, believe it or not, military science. Alright. Suppose we'll temporarily get rid of those foundries until that patch has been mined out completely. We do need to keep the pipes. Pipes transfer fluid. Which means this has to mine either to the side or something. Which is fine. I think we'll just get rid of this one as well here. Let's pop some more mining drills down to extract everything faster. This can definitely move out one tile as well. $113k. This is the densest one. I've got 11 good ones remaining. I suppose I'll use up these ones for here. These are gonna be affected by nothing. Right, don't want those to be affected by speed modules for sure. I'm just gonna throw some efficiencies in there. We maybe can throw some good speed in there and make it so they mine a little bit faster. That is 24 a second though. Still have this one as well. Alright, yeah, this is gonna be the slowest. I suppose that's the way it's gonna be though. And we just have to prioritize this copper over that copper. And then we're gonna be okay. That is the entire space reserved for Foundries. Do I build the entire thing? Let's downgrade from rare foundry to standard foundry for now, at least for all of the iron and copper. We only need the rare ones once we have yellow signs. Oh, there's more. Forgot about this guy. There's more. Alright, that can help out mining this central part here a little. It is better. 110, 109, that will draw from each other's territory quite well. $14 drills. For a start. Alright. So the difference is these are able to absorb a yellow belt at 15 a second. No, actually no. These should work at 20 a second. That's not going to be true. It's not going to be true because we don't have rare foundries. I will be using regular ones. There's my ship. It's still above Nauvis. 15k calcite on board. We're definitely going to need a stack of normal ones. Yeah, me too, obsolete. I was already annoyed at the fact that I was gonna look at unfinished copper patches under my central foundry location all the time. I could pick up some low density structures and processing units from Fulgora and actually send them down to Nauvis. That would be an option. But I think I can get that production underway again before I run into trouble. Let's go grab those foundries. And we got a couple rare ones from here. I have 8 rare ones. I could reuse 8 rare ones on here. But let's first make them normal. Alright, so we will be hand building a little bit here. Currently I'm getting 2 1 red belt of copper. If I double that, I should have enough. So if these upgrade to rare, that should be enough copper conversion. 2 red belts of copper conversion. That should be enough for red, green and blue signs and military without yellow signs. Not entirely sure how much iron we need. We currently have enough for 3 red belts. This is 2 red belts. That would be another 2 red belts, except this guy is definitely gonna work slower. Alright. I think this is large enough to maybe use some actual construction roboport things, or is that blasphemy if I say such stuff? I mean, there are other ways to quickly and efficiently place it. Maybe I'll use one of those. Let's first balance the inventory. Bricks, plastics, science packs, whatever goes in there. Uncommon chemical plants, sure. Suppose they go here. Just throw them in the recycler, I don't even want them. Alright. I think we'll first place down the massive sword of belts that's over there. Not on this stream here. Actually, I'll be using concrete and making a mole. Oh god. Which one first though? Concrete or mole? What do you see me do first? Concreting my base? Or making an actual mole? Alright, so if I just throw away everything in a chest, except for my belts and my bots. The only thing I physically can place are belts. So then if we make a deconstruction planner for belts, specifically, we can just do something like this, this. Ah, we have yellow belts in here as well. Ah, we have just one yellow belt in there. Okay, that's fine. This, this, this. This doesn't really matter. This. All that matters is, do we have enough Control Z's? Plop everything back into existence, and do I remember roughly the order in which I did it? So here we go. That is stupid belt placement. Of course, worthy of a save. Are you ready for the stupidness? We're gonna place some belts. That's fine. I forgot about those. Let's place those first then. Alright, that's all the belts I have on me placed. I suppose now starts the moment of stupidness. I trust myself enough to instinctively know that I should Control Z if I reload the save in 6 months time to make the edit. Where are you going? And why is nobody placing this belt? Yeah, I should have done less than 200, but oh well. Wait, I cannot interfere with anything. That was dumb. Control Z building. When will that get nerfed? That's a great question. Bingo board misspelled. Save game name alert. Why do you think that is? Do you think that's a coincidence? Yeah, I know, but I cannot place it back or I will just Control Z it back out there. So I'll have to place that part back at the end. Alright. Placed a ton of bells. Have to make sure not to Control Z too much. There's one more. I think that was the first one I did. We'll be using a bit of battery power, but it's the last one. That was the hard part. It's 2k bells or something. Now we just sweep in, see what we have, and what we don't have we'll pick up from the base. Probably a lot of stuff that we don't have. Too far. Yeah, charging. Alright, that's most of it. We're missing all the beacons, we're missing all the inserters and all the modules. And a whole bunch of foundries. See if I did not accidentally switch off those foundries just yet. Alright, now we can start collecting what we are missing. We have to do a bit of a walkie walk to get to the other side. Okay, a couple hundred inserters and beacons, 64 productivity modules, uncommon power poles. Well, let's see if you can remember all of that. Why are we not using a roboport? Because we can. I have a feeling it's gonna get nerfed, that behavior. So let's enjoy it while we still can. It was like 200 of these. And uncommon power poles, some ton of beacons. Don't exactly know how many, but let's just grab a bunch. We have so many rare productivity modules, it's just not funny anymore. Right? It's probably something else. I think it was underground pipes. How is power doing? This is gonna hurt with power. This is gonna hurt. How are the accumulators? We're doing good. We're getting almost back to 100 gigajoules. We haven't used steam power in an hour. Why though? Just because 1k SPM again, perhaps? I have not placed any of the solar panels I made just yet. I think though there's a decent chance that that's going to happen pretty soon. Alright. Final swoop, I suppose. Oh, I forgot the modules for the beacons, which is a good thing. Means the bots won't fly twice to the same location. I'll take the charge this time. Alright. Steel is gonna be having good prot mods as well now. Currently they're running on the Mark 1s. That's gonna be good. I think we're temporarily going to be producing from both sides at the same time. We do need to feed in over here. Calcite, we need to feed it in over here. I think. What is this belt even for? Sometimes the things I make are so stupid. Is this boat calcite? What? This is just an empty. That was a decorative element. A legendary. Oh god. No. That goes in here, then it goes further, but it also goes back here into here. Okay, I think that's how it's supposed to be. That should be calcite. So let's share calcite. We're first gonna need to grab the modules though. Okay, we just need a ton of modules. I suppose the rare ones. I'm just gonna downgrade these for now. We're gonna be picking those up anyway. At least all of them will get placed. Alright, and then we just need to know how many speed and efficiency modules are in here. Say 200 Mark II uncommon, and then a stack of each of rare Mark II, man. Speed modules and efficiency modules. Alright. 4 stacks and 1-1. 4-1-1. Hydrate sounds like a good idea. I got a gold blonde one staying next to me. Unopened so far. Let's grab those. A stack of those and a stack of those should be enough. Suppose I'll trust that. I don't have the power available for a big roboport network that is always in place. So with the free flight distance abuse from the personal roboport, it becomes quite easy to construct large things, even with limited power. If that wasn't possible, I would have probably been forced to go out building 12,000 solar panels first, before trying to get the stuff that matters online. Alright, let's fill it with modules. before we power it. So basically I just switch off my roboport like halfway through. None of the bots are charging. And the battery bank stays full. I really hope they don't nerf that. It's such a nice thing to use. It's a little bit cheesy though. Alright. It's like temporarily there's no power on the steel. I did not design that. Okay, that'll do. Once I power this, we're gonna use a lot of power. I suppose we're just gonna do it. Alright, here we go. We are not leading ore in yet, but the beacons are gonna consume a lot of power. Power it on, that's kind of double. But, oh well, I'm not English, I can say those kind of things. Plop. Ah wait, of course this is connected to... Looks like I can carry this back then. But this is already connected to the molten iron network. It's still connected up here, so those are on already. That is a lot of power. 35, 36 megawatts just from the beacons. All of this should be minimum energy consumption. Yeah, there's quite a nice setup with the expensive modules in the center. It's really easy to remember as well. One speed, one efficiency of the highest quality. And then a row of beacons on the outside with the cheaper efficiency modules. Those affect only one foundry, one side of the foundries. While these affect both sides, so quite nice. It's a little bit wasteful in beacons to not put other buildings on the back of it, but you know, I gotta send in 16 bells of ore as well at some point, so cannot cannot wait forever. Alright, looks like we're gonna go here then. Let's hook it up. There comes the calcite at a blazing speed. I barely have time to throw the extra calcite in there. Right. Suppose this counts like horrible splitter contraption. And I'll do the hydrating finally. I'm not sure if the drills have power yet. I still need to put belts on them as well. Barley soup, yeah, something like it. One of those hipster Irish pale ales. But they're tasty. I can't help it. I didn't buy like some tight leather green jeans yet though, so I'm not all the way lost yet. But I do enjoy the Irish pale ales. Alright. 2 pieces of calcite in every thing over here. Yes, technically I can just connect the belt right here. I'm gonna do it kind of properly though. We want this copper ore to come onto these belts now. Basically we are ready. 2 belts. One comes from here. And the other one is gonna come from these mining drills combined. 14 times 3 is actually more. 42. So we are gonna have to bring this out on 2 belts. That's okay, we've got 2 belts of space. Let's first try to bring it out somehow. I think here we also want to prioritize the rich ones. 109k and 110k. So whatever we do, I think we'll keep this as a separate line. That is going to be 8 drills, 24 a second, and the other ones are going to be 18 a second. For now, this just continues out. This needs to be on both sides of the belt. Okay, that's going to be the poor ones over here. That's also poor. It doesn't really matter what is prioritized there. This temporary copper belt can now go. Alright, so now this comes out of here. I do want to make absolutely sure that the center gets prioritized, so I'm going to put some... I'm gonna put not the proper belt balancer, but something like it on there. So that all the ore can go anywhere. And if I input priority... top side, I think it was the top side. These two. Yeah, it was the top side. That ore should always be able to flow. Alright. We're going to use that as input priority as well then. And have the belt that we're actually mining. Suppose something like that. This actually can be yellow belts as we are just mining yellow belt, but this way it can flow to both directions. Alright. It doesn't matter that the throughput is only 2 belts, we only need 2 belts. 8 belts is for 2k SPM yellow signs. 2k SPM red, green and blue fits on 2 of these belts, so that is gonna be fine. I think we're ready to switch on then at least the copper side of things here. So let's go, I suppose. That's copper. Alright, that's working well. So as long as we produce 2 full belts from here, which is never, only now when it's backed up. For the rest, after that the mined belt is gonna help out. Unless we are not consuming enough, which will be the case for a while. If we're not consuming enough, then these belts will have priority. If we're not consuming enough for all these belts, which still will be for a while, the 2 rich mining drills should have priority. Or at least, maybe I should sideload that so they absolutely have priority. Yeah, I think I'll change that. Because now it is not sure. I'm not sure which side gets prioritized of this. If we are not using enough for 8 drills, we should be using enough for 8 drills at all times. That's 24 a second. I think we'll be using enough for 8. There should be a splitter here, but it does not fit at the moment. We can make it fit. Alright, so these belts are now all filling up. As you can see, the belt that we're mining is helping out at the moment. All of these are running, which is even worse news for our power. Somehow though, it seems to be okay. We did use steam again in the night. We have the steam bump at like 40 gigajoules, so there it just bumps. And then steam produces 288 megawatts for a while to make sure we don't drop much below there. Let's throw some copper in there. Alright. I think we're now just filling up these tanks again. Which I probably want to get rid of entirely. But let's just let it run for a bit. Okay, 156k copper to go. Actually, that's gonna get separated at some point. This is already separated. Should be not too much trouble to get that out of there. Then we can just fill it in completely. Now for the iron. We're not mining iron just yet. Finally, this copper belt is obsolete. Copper is already full. Alright, that went fast. Now for the iron belts. Suppose temporarily we can just route them around here. We can make them in red belts. We've got maximum 3 red belts coming from space. There is no way we have more. We have this amount of space. Looks like we have enough space to go around the beacons. We can also just... We're gonna rip that up anyway. Let's have him come down over here instead. Alright, that's the end then of this area as well. It's going fast now. Not really sure where to put it. I think we're just gonna for now do something like this. This already is a red belt. We can just sideload. Yeah, we can just sideload. Why not? We need splitters anyway. Right, if we can sideload, we'll go to the center. The power line is in the way there. Not really though. I think we're doing something like that. Fine, we'll go around. It is not symmetric, it is rotationally symmetric here, but not flippable. Alright. That's 3 belts. I would probably want those to come in as high as possible for now. Because this is gonna get ripped apart and I'm going to stack on top of here lightly. We might stop mining from space entirely now. Don't know how much sense it still makes. It was we had a good run mining from space while we actually needed the resources. But we're getting to the point where resources on Nauvis kinda infinite as well. Alright. I'm out of undergrounds. I'm gonna have to grab those. Missing productivity on rare copper foundries. Alright, good to know. Take a look at that as well. I still have the modules. Right, yeah, I still do have the modules. Don't need a lot of these now. Delete a few things from the inventory. Yeah, iron is empty now because I downgraded the foundries, so we are losing a good deal of speed there. Right, all of that's getting upgraded. And for the rest I'm just adding. So this is switching off iron entirely, I suppose. We can deconstruct later. Since these are empty, I might want to deconstruct those now. This is just tacked on anyway. I think we can try to empty that with a pump. Ah wait, no, that's wrong. We need to pump it in here then. Alright, that's now slowly getting empty. It's gonna take a while, that's fine. I don't even need those. Okay, I don't need undergrounds. Who needs undergrounds anyway? Not me. That's all perfectly connected. Now my inventory is gonna fill up. No? Okay. Not too bad. Haven't forgotten yet about the productivity. I will soon forget about that though. Alright. I suppose we do a similar thing. I'm just gonna cheat in a 3 to 4 splitter here. Because that is gonna make it quite easy to flop that in here. Alright. Ready for the iron. What percentage has space iron paid off? Let's just take a look at that because it's gonna change. Let's just take a look at all the iron ore we consumed on Nauvis. 12 million in the last 50 hours. How much did we produce? 500k, and that's only because this part is still on the graph. It's only because this part is still on the graph here. If you look basically the last 250 hours, it is 12 million the difference. It looks like overall we have consumed 12 million more iron ore than we produced on Nauvis. We have produced 13 million iron ore on this platform. Consumed 6.7 million. Oh yeah, we used to smelt iron plates here as well. Okay, it is not entirely accurate. We should look at these numbers. 13 million has been sent from space. Either in plate form or in ore form. But we also need to add this guy's production, which is approximately the same. So I think we have definitely like 25 million iron from space seems plausible at this point in time. So that is like 1/6 of all the iron, 1/6, 1/7 of all the iron we produced so far. It might not seem like much, but it's kind of what got us over the hump to where we could get the Foundries home. The real free iron comes with the Foundries. The Foundries basically make it so that every iron ore is worth 10 iron plates, and then the big mining drills multiply that by 2 yet again. So we are basically running at 5% resource cost now, thanks to Vulcanus, Foundries and big mining drills. It's gonna get worse once we add in productivity module. Worse or better, I suppose. Let's switch it on. So here we got the full shenanigans going on. I can sip the beer. How much iron did we use to build the space platforms? I don't know, but definitely not 26 million. We can take a look at that. But I think the first thing I want to do really is the power graph. It's not too bad. It's not too bad actually. The first thing I want to do really is deconstruct the beacons that are no longer necessary. 5236, that's over 80 beacons. Take like 400, let's say 350, yeah, 400 kilowatts each. That's 32 megawatts right there, which we can just subtract. So let's do that first. That annoying guy editing Mike will have me alive if I don't make enough saves for him. Right. There goes beacon power again. A lot of the base is beacon power, man. 226, 262. Now we're back at 228. So beacon power is about the same as before. We do have slightly more foundries now, but all of them are... The foundries are not a problem. A foundry uses approximately as much power as a beacon at this point. Probably want to connect this top part here for the time being, because this is now going to disappear as well. They did a lot of work, man. How many products did they finish? 427, what the heck? Ah, it's because I downgraded them. They changed. It changed because I downgraded them. Wait, now this is gonna lose its connection. Let's tack some more temporary connections on here. There we go. I do have steel, but problem is I haven't connected it yet, so this is idle at the moment. Right, we'll look in the iron for space platforms. Wait, there was something I needed to remember. Productivity modules for some copper thing. Let's go look at that first. Right now. Right now. Ah yeah, that got... Looks like the upgrade deleted that. Interesting. And by interesting I mean annoying. Alright, so why is this guy not flowing? Ah, they are flowing. They are just not sped up because they are missing the speed beacons. So these guys are going at a snail's pace. Crafting speed 2.4 against crafting speed 8.16. So they are like 4 times as slow. I do have the 3 to 4 splitter, so all the iron ore should be able to flow anywhere, really. Not so easy to insert the ore into the foundries, as I thought it would be. Alright. Then space platforms, let's take a look. Let's say 7k space platforms. The other one is less, because it doesn't have the smelting facility and space signs in there. So let's say 13k space platforms times 20 steel a pop. That is 260k steel. multiply that by 5. If we discount productivity, which I didn't really smelt a lot of steel with productivity at this stage. We used 1.3 million iron to make the platforms, and we've gotten back 25 million at this point. The thing is though, space science requires a platform of this size anyway. There is no way to make 1k SPM space science with a platform that is less than this size if you want to make it all on one platform, as the amount of asteroids that spawn are a function of the space platform's perimeter. Like the square box around your space platform determines how many asteroids of which type spawn, and this is the kinda close to the minimum size to get enough of those oxide asteroids to make enough space science. If we look above here, we see we throw overboard a lot of carbonic ones, but these are actually not backed up all the time. So we have this belt buffer to account for random variance. We only throw overboard a slight amount of these oxide chunks. So we would have had to build a platform, either a platform this size or like multiple tiny platforms anyway. So you cannot really say that full 1.3 million was just spent in getting iron. The thing is, when you produce 1k SPM space science, the asteroid distribution around Nauvis dictates you get like more than a red belt of iron ore for free in surplus. So why not use it? That was the original idea. And then we just made a copy of it that doesn't produce space science, but we need to have 2k SPM space science soon, and something went terribly wrong. Probably because I just keep connecting and disconnecting stuff. But yeah, we're gonna have to put the Space Science Center in here as well for 2k SPM. So when you think about it, we spend 0 iron to make iron from space, since we need 2 of these platforms anyway to make the 2k SPM space science we need. So 0 iron spent, 25 million iron gained, I would say. Can I count it like that? What do you think, chat? Can I count it like that, or is that overly optimistic? Here, C-Rex. Thanks. In the endless quest to spend all the channel points. Alright, this is really emptying out very, very slowly. It's fine though. Now it will be emptying out even slowlier. Maybe I just need to switch off the foundries for a little bit. Maybe then this will empty out. Okay, that's going a bit faster. It will take 5 minutes or so. Pumping at 200 a minute. Hopefully I won't forget that. Alright, space. Nice. That now is suitable for the full 8 red belts of iron and copper, which ultimately will be coming from somewhere on Nauvis. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm thinking not only space iron, but maybe space carbon for Vulcanus is going to be a thing as well. Probably oil is already filled up again. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to Oil production is dropping again the last hour. Because there's no more space in the storage tanks. Should I like upgrade those once more? I'm not really sure. I think I'm taking it too far with the infinite free oil production. I don't know. I've got only 1700 tanks worth of oil. Basically 1.7 tank in a one-time science cost playthrough, I suppose. Maybe I should be upgrading that. I don't really want to though. Yeah, this has been our oil production. From zero. The first two sources hooked up, it ran out. Second two sources hooked up, it ran out. More sources hooked up, it ran out. And then this one ran out. It's like a... Ignore this is not interesting. And then we basically moduled and beaconed that oil to produce faster at an infinite rate. And this is now our infinite production. It is just pretty high. Kinda feel I probably should add on some tanks. It's not gonna mess anything up, is it? It's gonna mess up these chunks. I can add on 2 more of those things without issue. Maybe 2 more on here temporarily. If I deconstruct those later, I will get back those green chunks. So perhaps I'll quickly do that. 400 tanks. Keep oil flowing. We're about to start using a ton of oil. And then we'll be happy that we saved all of it. Do I still have 400 tanks? That is the question though. No. We have 16. That is gonna generate 10 tanks if I put half a stack of steel in. So that's 20 stacks of steel. Alright, it looks like we need a little bit more inventory space. Just cram it in here for now. And then it's a lot of iron. 2 times. Alright. I have some furnaces in my inventory. Calcite. I think we're gonna drop all the modules again. Right, 400 tanks should be ready. There we go. We do have some pipe works, so we should be okay. Space calcite over Nauvis. I don't have the advanced asteroid processing yet. That's gonna take quite a while. Alright, so I don't want to expand this over here. Yeah, we want this to happen. The fake expansion chunks. Every time this happens, Biter expansion does not happen. And we've been relying on that to keep biters from basically forming a continuous nest over the entire map. It looks like we have a lot of like expansions everywhere, but trust me, this is nothing compared to how bad it could have been without the constant fake expansions, decoys happening everywhere. So I don't want to build it here, that's gonna affect this chunk. This chunk is also looking at this chunk, so this one I cannot turn back to green because we've built stuff in this chunk over here. This chunk only looks at these, so there's nothing built in there. So if I deconstruct the tanks in here, this chunk will turn green again, even if it turns red right now. So we only want to do this portion over here. Just copy this like so. Like so. Yep, even, I guess that's a new number. Yep, even more oil. Don't tell me I did not take my pots. I did take my pots. What is holding me back? The robopots are off. Factorio is such an ASMR game sometimes, man. Especially with construction bots. Right, plenty of space again. Gonna make even plentier of space by also plopping some stuff down here. I'm gonna keep the dense forest, but these two chunks basically can get yeeted. I guess editing these videos is a nightmare. Each video covers multiple 8-hour streams. Yes, but I kind of foresaw that. So I'm not using much of the live stream materials. Instead, my tactic is making like thousands. I thought it would be hundreds. It's going to be thousands of saves. The saves kind of tell the general story, so I can use that to storyboard the videos together with my notes which I'm making. And I'm kind of using those to piece it together. The stream quality footage isn't great to edit with to begin with, since it's compressed already, and then you're starting to edit compressed footage, which doesn't work too well. So I re-record a lot of footage from those saves, which is why I save so often. So I can redo the scene where I built the oops, not anymore. Because I just overwritten it. For the edit I can still do it though. I can just Control Z it and put it back and nobody will know. But then I can re-record it in high quality so the video doesn't look like absolute dog water. Alright, that should put oil back into the charts. It's still a lot of work though, it's still a lot of work. But I don't need to watch back like 50 hours of footage and make notes and decide which parts I'm gonna use. If there's a nice part I want to use, I can notice that by the save game name. The save game name has the timestamp on there. I can see the playtime there, so I know approximately where I need to look in the stream to get the correct fragment in there as well. Stop that. Suppose they want to deconstruct those copper things. Yeah, this is now empty, so these can start working again. This can disappear as well. That's officially out. Alright, calcite back in here. How is the ship doing? 7k calcite left. Let me take a look at my module stocks. I think I'm gonna send the ship away. I still want to send the ship away in this stream, so I don't forget to do what I need to do there. That though, I want to know what the module count is. I sent down all the good ones. There is nothing left to send. I got all the good ones. I can make more if I need to. These, let's fill those up. We still got plenty of those. We don't really need those. I think we already got all of those as well. So basically we just need some stacks of these for now. So let's send those down. Maybe another stack of foundries. Looks like we're going to be using a lot of those. I don't know why I sent all of this up, man. I should have not sent up all these mining drills. I had no idea how many I was going to use though. That was the thing. I didn't think of using beaconed mining drills as I'm doing right now. So I thought I would need to use like 12 or so per 10 to 12 per red belt of resources. But I don't. I have more rare ones. What the heck am I doing? I thought I had all the rare ones on board, on Nauvis already. Ah, I know it happened. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. We picked up the rare mining drills from Fulgore. Let's send those down as well. Actually, let's send more of those down. Let's send all of them down. That is a mistake. Let's keep one stack on board. Keep one stack on board. I think we need some, like, for science storage, it would be good to have some rare chests too. Alright. What about EM plants? 38. No quality ones. Guess I got some on board here. Yeah, I think EM plants is probably good. We are not going to be doing anything with EM plants anytime soon. I think it's still Foundries for a while. Foundries, we just sent down a stack. I've got all the good Foundries down here already. Kinda used up all good Foundries already. 10 uncommons and 3 rares is all we've got left. I think we can send the ship away safely in that case. Alright. Not too shabby. We should have built up a lot of military science by this point. 130k already, so that's great. Which means I probably should be switching to at least one of these technologies. If I switch to stronger explosives too, we're going to be researching at 2k SPM again. And after that we're going to be researching Gleba at 2k SPM. Should have switched earlier. That was a mistake. That was the point. That was the entire point of this. Yeah, all the labs are full with this. We can sustain red and green at 2k SPM. However, we cannot sustain military at 2k SPM, but we don't need to, because we're also feeding it out from chests right here. So that should keep the belt compressed, I think. There we go, 2k SPM. Even more for a while. Over 3k SPM. That's going to go down to 21, 24 again over a little bit of time. Alright. Oil. Does it flow? Oil is back to flowing again. So we made space in the tanks and we are producing oil again. At full speed. That's good because in the next stream we're probably finally going to be in the position where we are consuming more oil than we are producing. And then we can rely on my 45 million oil storage. I just want to know, let's look at fluid. How much oil did I actually consume over all this time? All. It's actually not a huge difference. 400 million oil was produced, 360 million was consumed. So this entire oil reservoir only represents 10% of my total oil spendage so far. Crazy, huh? We spent over 10 times the amount of oil which is on screen right now, even though this is almost 2000 tanks. Which means once we start consuming more than we are producing, this is gonna run dry. All of this is gonna run dry. It's basically 2 tanks. This in a normal run is basically this. That is my oil storage. So I would say it's too much over the top there. Right, the thing is now I no longer have a vision on what I'm using. How much oil am I using? So I might want to just plop a tank on here. Maybe here at military sites we can do that. Just like a visual. Right next to each other. So let's hope I remember to not rotate those. This way we can kind of see if we are running out or not by a simple mouse over of the tank. So the pipes is a bit tricky. Just do not rotate this tank or it will mix. Alright, let's take a look. Yes, okay, so now we can see red ammo and grenades is backing up. Probably are not producing enough stone. We are producing enough stone. What? Why is only... oh god, we are producing 360 military signs a minute. For how long already? For forever. Since we started again. Because why? Ah no, this was not always the case. I refuse to believe that. Then there might be another problem. Ah no, we did produce more. Just produced nothing for a while and then produced again. Alright. Let's just go check. Yeah, there we go. The belt weaving works. Kind of. Let's just see if it actually comes out at the other end and starts making walls here. It's a bit late. I have too many walls anyway. Let's throw a couple in there. Alright, so this is now connected again. Oh god. That's bad. Alright. Let's bring back the temporary steel infusion. Steel buffer somewhere over here. That is already connected. This steel is already connected as it should be. Now it's just we need to connect the other steel, and then we can also delete the current steel production, or like the old steel production, I suppose. I would not be able to record all the streams in lossless format. Even with my external discs, I do not have the capacity for that. Alright, we do see that these rich mines are mining while this belt is struggling a bit. So that's good, we are mining out the richest parts first then. And we are no longer using copper from far away at the moment. We are still not generating enough iron, probably. Although the iron tank is not empty. Let's hook up steel to here. Not sure how that belt is gonna move. Probably just for now gonna move straight through this area. We don't quite have the blue undergrounds just yet. So we need to take a small bite out of those every time. There comes the steel. That just needs to connect to here. We basically have to stop this from getting any molten iron now. Great. I'm out of splitters. Fine then. We can take that little bit. Alright. How much steel can we produce there? It should be a red belt. I think I made more than 7.5. Yeah, 7.58 times 4. So that should be over a red belt of steel, which should be enough for 2k SPM blue signs. And even enough for yellow signs included because of low density structures being cast directly without making steel first. Okay, there's kind of a problem. I did switch off. Let's grab this first. I did kind of switch off this. We still need those to make gears and pipes for engines at this point, but we can again get rid of a lot of beacons. Let's do that. Especially the uncommon beacons, they use slightly more power as well. Wait. This is still used for red chips. Iron for red chips, so we need to keep that around as well. We can, if we build this a little smarter, we can get rid of these pipes entirely. Right, which means we can get rid of this power entirely. Please look at the replay feature, OBS replay buffer. Sounds it would save you like playthrough worth of editing. Yeah, maybe I should take a look at that. I kinda like to write a voice script for my videos though, instead of just using like stream footage or for most of it. It's part of telling the story, really, in an interesting way at least. Exception is of course the last 2 episodes when there's a lot of combat going on. It would not be very interesting to replay the combat now, especially not with all the new techniques I learned over the course of the combat, instead of having just a natural progression being shown off for the combat. It would be very much not fun if I started the episode from 2 weeks ago by just simply obliterating the easier nests, even though I had quite a bit of trouble with those when we started the whole villain arc against the biters. But for the rest, I like to just write a script, put some tension and release in there as well, instead of just like summing up stream events. It can be nice too to make a video like that. I did that for Warptorio. The 8 early warp zones of Factorio were basically stream edits, whereas the latter half for all achievements was like with voice scripted, a voiceover script again. Right. The top beacons were in range of these. That is correct actually. These are supposed to work at 14.4 a second. I am pretty sure that this will do it. I can connect 2 foundries with 1 beacon. I do not have the speed much. I do not have the speed. Let me... We need to buff that up again. Let's first get rid of this overflow, and then of the extra modules, and give me back all my modules again. Wait, I should grab this then. Go away, bots. Okay, bots, don't go away. Come back, come back. I didn't mean it. I still love you. Give me my modules. So much stuff. Can't believe I missed. I have so many good mining drills. I probably should put good ones on the copper then as well. If I'm being an honest player. I should probably rare miner this instead of uncommon. I think I'm not going to though. Let's just not min-max to the max. Okay, 12.3 power, 13.3. Is that good enough? $13.7. I mean, we don't have the iron anyway. We need to mine more iron now, or at least connect some. But we are producing 2124 SPM, at least for now, until we can no longer heat up here. So yeah, maybe we are just going to connect some iron. I think 13.7 should be good enough. We have productivity bonus on science and on the engines, so we need way less than 15 from these. That is just gonna stay as is for now. Alright. So when we are not researching blue science, looks like red chips is switching off now. We are no longer stashing red chips, which is fine with me. I think that the era of stashing red chips is gonna be over. We no longer need to. This is halfway full again. This is as well. Right. Not consuming the whole iron output. We are though. Are we? I think I simply don't have enough processing power then. There's not this throughput unlimited stuff is not going on. I bet if I do this, it would be kinda solved. Can try to avoid those entirely. Two belts that are backed up. Yeah, that'll probably do it. Thanks though, I didn't see that. That's a good one. I do want to stop using iron from space at some point. I think the first priority is going to be replacing the stone mines though. Stone is gonna be I think it might be the limiting factor on Nauvis, so we probably want to like double the potential yield from these patches as soon as possible. Kinda wondering how power is doing. 88 gigajoules. Yeah, we're still using steam. I think it's fine. We should probably repair our rocket silo area before any of my biters who's run out. I think I'm not going to do. I think we're done for today. Looks like we're done for today. I'm kinda out of energy, looks like, to do more work on the base at the moment. That's a good part of overhaul done today though. What did we do today? We got rid of the enormous horrible Gordian knot that was the splitter contraption around this copper patch over here. Got rid of all the belts, got rid of all the obsolete parts of the base, which were in the way. We enabled the military science cliff again, we brought the ingredients in. We mined new coal for that, or new belts, from over here. And then we started the whole big ordeal to move the foundries over, which we have done so successfully. That's kinda it, I think. It feels like a lot of progress. Feels like a lot of progress. I had a to-do list, I didn't even look at it once. For next time, quality chest, yeah, we should definitely empty those out. Refill biter, zoo packs, we need to do that as well. Move plastics to oil. Oil, that is a check mark. We did that. How is the Vulcanus rocket stuff doing? Great question. How is that doing? I was planning to send my ship away and I completely forgot about it again. There should be hardly any calcite left on board. There is still a lot of calcite on board. Let's send it down to Nauvis. Send the ship away. We've got 2.4k of those. We've got an extra 1k rocket fuel, which we should disable again. Fly off to Vulcanus ship. There you go. Bye bye Nauvis. Delete this, the one-time extra. It will pick up another 30k calcite on Vulcanus, and it will need most of the rocket fuel, low densities and blue chips on board for that. If I'm not mistaken. We don't have that many on the planet. Alright, now I'm sending 1k. Sending 1k extra. So let's open up this chest. We'll put 800 in each chest. 800 and 800. Then we'll request down 200. That's gonna be the stash on Vulcans. Right, we've got our refined concrete already to make more foundries. $326k. That's gonna be another pain to move over. I'm kinda regretting that one. Alright, so that is how the ship was doing. Did I do that properly? Yes, yes, yes. Yes. We probably want to go to Fulgora after this, automated, and request the low density structures and processing units. In fact, I might, as a one-time thing, request a little bit more. So I can send it down to Nauvis. Nah, let's not do that. If we need to, we do that, but maybe we'll be in time. I don't have low density structures and blue chips on Nauvis anymore to send up a lot of rocket fuel. That's the issue there. There's 24 rocket launches worth of stuff. Which is 1200 low density structures and whatnot. I might have some left over. A lot of them left over in here. Yeah, we got 1.7k in there. So now that we are on that topic, let's move that over. So we can do one more flight from Nauvis at least. Let me stand not on a belt, please. That's 1k. 1200. 1200. I suppose we'll just keep the rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is infinite. Don't really need to worry about that. A little bit of base maintenance. Alright. Somehow I have 10k blue chips, don't ask me how. All of that got created from the leftovers on the belt? What the heck? If so, what are we missing here? Copper. I have some leftover copper which I could bring over there in a last resort. Hopefully we'll have that set up properly again. Right, blue science is going well now. So now we are doing 2k SPM again, and once we switch back over to blue science, we'll be doing 2k SPM blue science as well. The only thing we cannot do is both at the same time. Not just yet, at least. Alright. So how is Vulcan's rocket stuff doing? Okay now. We have that question again later on anyway. Figure out the ore boss, we did that. Rebuild foundries for 2k SPM, red, green, blue and yellow signs. 8 red bells each of copper and iron. Check. Restart military signs from foundries. Check. Blue signs 2k SPM. No, not yet. We're working on that. But before we do that, it seems very likely we need more power. After blue signs we do space signs doubling as well, because that needs to be at 2k SPM as well. Remotely configurable bot mall. Bleh, what's that? Anyway, Fulgora elevated rail module island reset. Yeah, we need to travel to Fulgora, and that's gonna take at least an entire stream as well to get Fulgora back up and running to produce modules. We might be able to postpone that until after Vulcanus. But do we do yellow signs first or Vulcan signs first? That is another question. This has to be somewhere, but I don't know where yet. It could be here, or it could be after. It could be here as well. One of those two. I honestly think we have enough modules at this point. We can produce those modules faster than we will need new ones, I'm pretty sure as well. So I don't think going back to Fulgora has any high level of priority. Although we don't necessarily need to restart all of them. If I just restart like 2 islands and make 1 speed, 1 productivity, that is probably enough already. I can even do 1 island and switch it between speed and prod. That would be possible as well. Alright, so that's how far we've gotten today then. Then after all of this we can research artillery, and we don't even need to build up Fulgora. That can wait until post Gleva perhaps. We'll see how that goes. But after we've got artillery, invasion, orbital strike. Yes, does Vanilla Factorio have orbital strike mechanics? Yes. It's gonna be fun. 1 hour ago Mike was on Nauvis. What happened? I'm still on Nauvis. not much changed. Someone timestamp. No. I'm actually stopping. You see, I'm already stopping. I'm not walking around anymore looking for things to do. Should we? Okay, you win. You win. You win. Hey, hi, high speed. Sagi 2-2, you win. Do we bring like repair packs to the Biter Zoos? Kinda wonder when it will run out. And what will happen. 53 repair packs left, that's not a lot. Alright, you know what, we'll do the quality run. What are you picking up anyway? Are you bringing me modules? Gifts for me, that's so sweet. Throw away some more chem plants. And way too many assemblers. I don't have a chest for assemblers, apparently. Alright. It's very important that none of the logistics chests are unfiltered, because I do want to have this in my trash slots at all times. So it's kind of a delicate balance, which can go wrong quite easily. Alright. So logistics off, let's trash the beacons and all the modules. Don't want to carry those around at the moment. We're gonna do the quality run, I suppose. We can look how many repair packs we have at the moment. I think we can make it. This is hardly gonna do anything. Alright, we'll make some repair packs. I got a ton of chips anyway. We'll do that because that's a boring part which needs to be done anyway for the next stream. Or before we do a lot of other things. My logistics requests are off. I have my running armor on. Right. Gears, I don't know if I have that many gears left over. Need 2 stacks of gears. But maybe we'll just call it good. I was gonna make 50, 80 as 4k packs. Yeah, no, we're gonna need more gears for that. We do have them. Why did you wall off the biter's nest? They like to stay indoors. It was it's COVID-25 in Factorio, so they have to stay indoors. Base looks so empty now. Yeah, I know. I'm still not really sure if I like it. Ah, we can do this better. That is going to overflow my inventory. I'm gonna appear in one of those trooping videos if I do that. So let's do this. After we put away the gears. Alright, I think that should be enough repair packs to fill up all the biter zoos. Is that a videoable moment? I'm not sure. Repair pack replenish. Oh, there you go, wrong save game name. I'm too lazy to fix it, so there you go, bingo players. Not sure if that was the first time, but... Right. No walls, no pipes, no bots have been hurt. We'll just fill up everything. 10 locations, so let's count. 1. Let's mark them on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the hidden one somewhere. 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so now I can mark them off. Ooh, that was not a lot in here. I forgot to check, but that was like less than half a stack. Morning, what will we do today? We will stop today. I'm going to grab these repair packs and then look at how much quality stuff we have gathered so far. Then that's gonna be it for today. I think this one is the most out of repair packs of all the nests. 54 left. They should be able to run about 50 hours on like 7 stacks of repair packs. So that's quite good. I think it's the variation. I think they attack walls faster if the nest is less polluted. Because if it's more polluted, more biters are going to be sent to attack groups. I don't have debug information on, so I cannot really see it. But if the biter is sent to an attack group, it will forego attacking a wall and just try to pathfind to one of those attack group gather spots. And before it figures out it cannot go there, it will die by laser. So actually, if I do this on nests which are less polluted, less of those biters are going to be trying to go towards an attack group. Which means they'll attack the walls more often and more walls break. So that might explain why those more distant from the pollution cloud have only half a stack left, while this has 1.5 stack left. As this is more polluted than this guy, apparently. Yeah, see, that one just goes straight for the wall, and he didn't get distracted. It's gonna last 30 seconds before the next one spawns after a behemoth. Let's not wait for that. I like this new military science cliff, man. It's a pretty nice looking southern border of my base on this cliff. But definitely not gonna cliff explosives this cliff out of existence. This cliff is way too epic. But yeah, even with the arrow pointing to it, I'm almost forgetting this one. So by that metric, this one is pretty far out. This one should have not too many repair packs left. Okay, it indeed has less than a stack. Gleba when? That's probably gonna be a while still. We need to complete Vulcanus before that. And do 1.5 million worth of signs on Vulcanus. I think it's gonna be before Christmas though. I hope so, I sincerely hope so. Right, here the row pores are kinda mixed. It's not really clear which one does what. 87 and 192, but yeah, these are connected, they are not really individual, I suppose. Alright, so we still have like a chest of repair packs left over now. So, another check mark, we are now into the check mark feel good. Give ourselves a lot of check marks mood. We did the repair packs. Throw them away. And then it's quality time. You and me are gonna have some quality times. 1.5 million signs is gonna be less than researching rocket silo. We can have a look. 1500 and then 3 zeros divided by 2124. If all goes well, this number should be 2124. That's 1800 for one red belt of science packs times 1.18 for the productivity bonus in the labs. 706 minutes, so it's less than 12 hours. Yeah, less than 12 hours, whereas Rocket Silo took almost 17. That's what I'm saying, 2k SPM, man, is way too fast for a man of my playstyle, my playing speed. Alright. The important thing, there's only one quality thing we're producing right now, it's red chips. Well, it's a lot of them. It is a lot of them. It's gonna be a couple chips So yeah, maybe I was wrong to go to Fulgora and set up these specialized module things. I don't know though, it's hard to get enough blue chips of rare quality, I think. Alright, so looks like, let me put those in a separate chest. Let's just see how many we've gotten over the course of this playthrough. Of this stream. I did empty out those chests before, not too long before the beginning of the stream. I did it in the off-cam part between the last stream and this one. And oh, this chest looks like about half a chest. We have one more trip to go for red chips, and then we have to grab the green chips as well. There's all the red ones. I get rich in blue chips after, yeah, Vulcanus, Glebber and Fulgora. Yeah, okay. But I cannot wait for that. We've got... Could not wait for that. We have setups to build. Alright, that's not bad. 6k reds from here. We do have more reds actually. We purpose built some over here. A lot of them over here actually. There's another 6k in here, which we made from uncommon plastic, copper cable and electric circuits. Apparently I misjudged the amount of copper cable. We need another full chest of copper cable per red chip assembler there. Let's not touch that just yet. We'll just grab 4 more chests of copper cable and switch this on again. Mostly did that to get rid of our plastics. Alright, that keeps them going then. Beacons, sure, why not sort the beacons? They don't even fit in a chest anymore. I suppose that's a good thing. Let's delete that. I'll just throw them in my inventory. That's like 1k beacons, 1k rare beacons, all made from uncommon ingredients. Not bad. We'll grab the greens as well. There's gonna be a painful amount of trips as well. At least it's a little bit more close by. Too fast to fit in a 1 tile gap apparently. We'll just plop away 2 full chests per trip. Throw the rest in here. Sort it out a little later. Alright. I think I do not want to pick these up. That can just stay here. The regular qualities. We made a lot less quality green chips in these front ones, apparently. Maybe the bell just gets side-loaded sometimes by the back ones. "25 minutes and counting. Yeah. We're getting check marks, okay? Getting check marks is a valid reason. We're out of chest space. Suppose we'll continue over here. And that's that's exactly a chest of rares already. We haven't picked up everything though, so it's not really weird. That ends on a stack. Alright, that's all. These are starting to fill up with normal chips. Finally, that took long enough. That took long enough. Those are all full. That is pretty good news. Yeah, I think we won't have to return to Fulgora for a while. It does appear that we can make the modules we need on Nauvis, especially with the extra blue chips we brought over from Fulgora. All of these come from Fulgora. Those are extremely valuable. That's why I don't carry ammo in any of my guns. So I don't accidentally shoot a chest like this. That is going to be a disaster for the playthrough. Alright. How's power been doing? Yeah, we're kind of zigzagging and using a lot of steam power again. I suppose it's fine. 2k SPM. Just need to keep tabs on military signs not running out. Before we run out, we need to switch over to blue signs again. That will happen automatically. We can finish this deck without running out of military signs. Then switch back to Gleba. By that point we'll have stashed up tens of thousands of blue signs. It's 32k now. And then we can research Gleba at 2k SPM for quite a while until we need to research something else again. We can basically throw physical damage 3 in there if we really want to as a non-blue technology. But hopefully by that time we'll have 2k SPM of blue signs up as well. We're gonna get ourselves the quality check mark, I think. Honestly deserved that. Got some more copper iron and stuff in here. That was not a lot. But the copper and iron is. We have so much copper. I think we will bring some over. And make a couple more low density structures. Because there's not really another good use for copper except for hand feeding some like green circuits, which we don't need to do anymore. So, since plastics might be cut off as well, we can reconnect plastics quite easily though. I was not prepared to do that though. Yeah, we're not prepared to do that. Let's first just throw a good old stack in there. Don't really care about the quality anymore. Got plenty of those. This should be copper, 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 copper. This one. It's gonna be a bit slow, but it's fine. It's gonna make some more low densities. Let's also connect plastics then. I'll just grab my entire inventory. One more chest of copper. Right. And then this is the belt plastics. We'll prioritize red chips, I suppose. Eventually that will make it. We're charging accumulators, are we not? Oh yeah, we're charging accumulators. Alright, so that's okay. Thought power was getting out of control a bit there. Alright, the ship is at Vulcanus again. Gathering its 30,000 calcite. While slowly bringing this to the planet. I think at this point we force drop it. Do we? Yeah, on this specific occasion we do force drop it. Right, calcite is getting on board. All the carbon is offloaded. This is launching non-stop. Who needs fast or stack inserters or bots anyway, when you have rare long-handed inserters with hand size 1? Plenty fast enough to continuously launch rockets. $355k, 2k rare. That's almost a chest full. Alright. Quality chest. But we're gonna have to do that probably again at some point, so we'll just leave it on there. Yeah, next Sunday stream is gonna be interesting. We might need to expand the solar farm before we can do anything though. So I'll have a look. I'll have a look tomorrow. Just in a safe where I could potentially fit that. I think it's gonna be... the original one is here. I think it's gonna be in this area somewhere. You can just fill this entire area up with solar panels. There's not too much in the way in terms of cliffs. There is a lot in the way in terms of biters. I suppose it's fine. There's not really a good other area where I can put that many solar panels without it being in the way in some sort of way. Even here we have to be careful to not block the passage. I can like fill like this area or something. There is a stone patch and oil source. There's a crappy oil source, but still like 200% of infinite oil production at the end, 240. It's not great, it's a little bit. Here it's way too dense with biters everywhere. Here there are too many patches, I think, to actually build a lot. Already kind of filled up this. Here there's not a lot of green chunks in this area in general. I need to pick up some of this landfill, man. This pollution is driving me crazy. Pick up polluted landfill. It is driving me absolutely insane. Whoop, please add a tiny bit of pollution absorption to landfill. So it absorbs after 10 hours or so the last 15 pollution in that stupid tile. It's drives me absolutely insane. I'm not gonna run over there now though. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's really the only location. Unless I like place it on the lake, but I don't really want to. Also, I don't have the landfill to do that. There's no way. Maybe I think I can like leave a pipe width to bring the oil out of there. Not sure how many panels are gonna fit on there though. 12k is a lot of panels. It looks to be approximately the size, except I cannot fill in the biter bases here. I'm not going to replace the walls, I'm just going to build it around and see how it fits. I don't think there's a lot of good resources here which need to be brought through this way, although this might be an important resource corridor, so maybe we'll want to leave free a couple of belts here. Stone pitches are just landfill you haven't met with. Yeah, cliff explosives far away. Yes and no. For planet Vulcanus, my cliff explosives are lit. Here are my cliff explosives. Just can steer them over the cliffs and they'll break them. For other planets, yes, I think. Especially if we go nuclear power on. If we go nuclear power for Nauvis, which we might. Also, nuclear power is kinda required for like survival on Aquilo, is it not? Like, I'm not gonna power my armor with solar panels on Aquilo. I either have to bring in pre-charged batteries and then a lot of disposable armors, which is a way I suppose. Or we need like a nuclear generator in there. It's one of the two options. Or we just crawl around like an absolute slog. Yeah, it's not great. Does not sound great. 2126 SPM. We have 30-second technology here. It's only half the labs are active. Kinda starting to like this base now, man. It's a little bit sad that we ripped apart the epic old lab setup with the red chips underneath. But we're getting somewhere. This area is still not great. Of course, it's like the old stuff scattered around a bit. But this new entry is looking, this new part which we have already built up for end game, is looking promising. It's looking promising. 116k left, that's going fast actually, that's nice. Can keep blue signs ingredients in this corner. We can have sulfur, we can have engines. We just need to move red chips and we need to make more of them because yellow signs requires red chips for blue chips for yellow signs. We can copy engines and make this into engines while moving actual blue signs creation to over here where it is planned out. Then just belt the stuff across. Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, this base. It's gonna be okay. Awkward teenage stage. Yeah. Alright, we're out of iron ore again, which is a good sign. We are 200k space signs in here as well. Alright, final chest sorting just to get it out of my system. Since we're not researching anything space science related at this moment. Should I upgrade these to rare chests? I'm not entirely sure. 170k. There's 300k in the buffer. It's more than I have for blue signs at any point for sure. Like much more. We got 40k in there. Maybe I should like stop researching that many. I might need the space in my hub for something else instead of just space signs. Right. Rare chests it is then. Get it out there. Now it's 240k in here. And 127k in there. Alright, that's alright. That's alright. We'll get some extra iron ore if we stop requesting space signs. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. But it is about 360 iron a minute if we don't create space signs. 365 I think. A little bit less because of productivity. So let's say 330 ore a minute more. How is the ship? Are we full yet? We're flying back. That makes a great outro screen. I'm gonna stop now. End of stream save, here we come. Let me, before I do that, do we go to Fulgora first? I think so, yeah. I'm gonna go to Fulgora first. Alright. End of stream save. We got it. Let's quickly check Vulcanus. How much do we actually have available right now? Okay, we have our 800 in here. It's available in here. 379. 379, 427. Oh, that's pretty equal. Alright, so that's a nice overflow to have. Alright, that is great. Is this working? Are we already out? Did we already eat up all that copper? No, it is just not connected correctly. This is going to blue chips. Alright, we have to fix that then. It's a mistake. It's just the wrong copper belt, I suppose. Should have been this one. In fact, end of stream save doesn't mean anything anymore these days. There we go. So I made more blue chips then, huh? Or what? No, we were out of iron. Alright, at least that's something. Let's end of stream save it here then. The flight back is not gonna last forever. Alright, it is time to go look at the nice spaceship flight at a whopping blazing 20 kilometers a second. I did the end of stream save. That's gonna go to Fulgora. Let's just have the spaceship obliterate itself again. Looking forward to Sunday. Thanks, Vita, for the 1000 bits. Thank you, man. Alright, let's go to top speed. It's gonna be approximately 90 kilometers a second. 90 to 100. We already won't be able to shoot all asteroids at that pace. Just over here. But once we get to Fulgora, we're gonna get some power struggles as well. It's gonna be 90 kilometers a second. I'm gonna switch off that so we have a nice, calm, soothing endgame view. Missing a red underground for that copper. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's gonna get output anyway. It's gonna get output. back to the view. Right, this is max speed. Normally I would not... Oh, look at that asteroid spawn. If that came in front of my ship, that would be trouble. Holy moly. Getting lucky. Alright. I'm going to be back on Sunday. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It was a good stream. Thanks everybody for notifying me of the mistakes I made. Especially the ones which would take forever to track down. Like a single yellow belt missed in a 1000 belt long. Thanks everyone. I hope you had a great evening and I hope to see you all Sunday. I'm an expert in messing up my next time setup, am I not? I'm just gonna end out of the blue with a nice next time.